What's up? What's up? I'm in the middle of lunch, nigga. It's lunchtime. And I'm over here trying to get some lunch in me. Man, I tripped out. I don't drink soda waters, right? They say this country ass nigga said soda water. What the hell is a soda water? Well, y'all might call them pops. New Orleans call them cold drinks. Go get me a cold drink. Mexicans, it don't matter what kind of soda you have. They call all of them Cokes. Yeah, I don't give a fuck with that bitch a Founder. That bitch a A&W, root beer. Mexicans call them Cokes. All of them I don't know what side of the world you coming out for. Cam said I don't drink soda out. Bro, it's been a long time. But my favorite soda is A&W root beer. And look, and I ain't even drink all that. I poured myself a cup last night. I tripped out, bro. Boy, that motherfucker fucked me up. That bitch got me feeling all types of different ways I don't want to feel. And I'm looking at him. I'm like, bitch, you just taste so good, bitch. Like every 180 days or bitch, every 365 days, bitch, I just need to sip, bitch. You used to be so good to me, ho. Now you, man, I'm a juice drinking ass nigga, man. I do not fuck with no sodas, man. This soda water right here, the end up. I'm looking at the bitch right here. I ought to slang that bitch across the motherfucking field. You dirty bastard, bitch, you. That motherfucker fucked me up, boy. That bitch was good, though. Ooh, that motherfucker was good. Whew, I thought I was back. I drunk it last night. Ain't nothing happened because I only had a little. And they like, that bitch ain't full. Nothing but acid. Where's RFK? RFK, you need to call down there to the motherfucking A&W distribution. And you need to figure out what the hell they got in here, nigga, that make us can't drink it no more. High fructose corn syrup, caramel color sodium. I think it's the caramel color sodium. That shit out of there, nigga. And start back putting the cocaine in the motherfucking root beer, nigga. And so yeah, nigga, that shit ain't. When they took the cocaine out the root beer, nigga, now everybody, nigga, motherfucking stomach balled up. Nigga, I'm in this hole sideways, sitting sideways. What is wrong with me? And what the and why the hell you got caramel color in there? You need your ass whooped. RFK, do your goddamn job, nigga. That's why we brought your speech impediment ass in there, nigga. Do your goddamn job. Girly girl say she's bougie. She drinks sparkling water. Where that little foot needs you water yet? Little foot ass. Boy, they gave me some water. That water was so good. Her little boy brought me a bottle of water, and this Dimples. Now you was the first person in here. Boom, automatically, I'm gonna put you on the screen. I'm not even. You know what? I'm not even gonna ask you where your clothes at, cause even in person, your ass, you gonna have some my titties out, ass out, something gonna be out. So you know, I was gonna take you down. You ain't got no clothes on, but goddamn, we won't be letting Dimples be Dimples if we told her to cover it up. So goddamn it, you can stay. We know you like to get naked. So goddamn, yeah, we're gonna leave that naked ass up till then. What's up, kid? Sasha say, I thought it was just me. That dang Ruby a hint, man. Whoo, and I relapsed. I don't like no. Well, I like them old school. Y'all remember Welch's? Them old school Welch strawberry Welch's. I'm talking about old 1990 strawberry Welch's. Oh man, and the grapes go crazy. But them strawberries, boy. What's up, Akiri? Buck in the building, Nay. Sugar Bear, what up though? Princess Indigenous. Man, y'all remember them strawberry Welch's, man. Wasn't nothing fucking with them, boy. Soon them stamps hit. And then you can go get your own little 6-pack. Y'all remember that, boy, them stamp days? You go pick your own little 6-pack out. Yeah, and you ain't got a shirt. Yeah, I'm finna go get me a 6-pack of them motherfucking strawberry Welch's grapes. Cam say them Tahiti treats. They don't taste the same no more. You gotta get the old one. And them motherfuckers got more acid than the goddamn Pepsi. Yeah, them over there too acidic for me. Prince 213 in the building. But I don't know if y'all got y'all taxes or what. But boy, they been lighting up that motherfucking BigChiefUniversity.com. Woo! Boy, I had a high roller come through the other day. Alabama nigga. That nigga dropped 1,000 ball on my mama. Man, some backwood Alabama nigga came in there. Goddamn rancher. Yeah. I think he sell cattle. I think the nigga sell cattle. Man, that nigga dropped 1,000 ball in that bitch. That nigga went there tried to buy the whole BCU store. He said, how much you want for the whole store? Said, nigga, if you don't get your country ass up out of here, nigga, that nigga dropped 1,000 ball in there. And you know, I had the nerve to read the comments, and you had people in there complaining about free content. You had people in my comments talking about, hey, can you be quiet and let the content roll? Nigga, can you? You're not even a member. You're not even in green. You're not even a member. And it cost like $3 to be a member. You ain't even on the website. Stop playing with me, man. A nigga just dropped 1,000. You think I give a fuck about a nigga in here trying to come in here and he want free content the way that he want it? Nigga, if you don't go get a platinum pack and get out my motherfucking face, this nigga crazy. Rod Hayes told y'all he taking a break, so nigga, your ass gonna be watching Rod Hayes rerun, nigga. Rod Hayes said y'all done ran him goddamn crazy, and he did a break. Now what you 9 eat the bean Anunnaki ass niggas gonna do? What you gonna do, nigga? Go get in your spaceship and leave till he come back? Say y'all done ran him raggedy. He don't get paid for this shit. That nigga sat there and chain smoked motherfucking strawberry Philly Swisher Sweets the whole goddamn show. He chain smoking them old nigga. That nigga by sick of you niggas. He by sick of you nigga. Now all you 9 eat the bean Anunnaki Nephilim mad niggas, you nigga biblical, yeah, you niggas better get in your spaceship rockets, nigga, and take your ass to Mars or Neptune or wherever the hell y'all think y'all from, nigga, with your no genealogy having asses. I'm gonna tell you niggas something. You coming over here, nigga, I'm like Granny. I'm gonna make you go get the switch off the tree by your damn self. Go get that switch off the tree. And I'm swinging at nothing but the legs. Yeah, I don't want nothing but leg shots. Go out there and break the switch off the tree. Don't try to bring y'all 9 eat the bean ass over here with that shit, nigga. We don't play that shit over here, nigga. We real Indian. You gonna do your motherfucking genealogy, nigga. You gonna sit your ass there, or you gonna go get a platinum pack like the rest of the respectable people did. Nigga, don't come in here talking about what hot nigga in here trying to tell me how he want his free content. Better get out my goddamn face, boy. And I seen 19 Keys. I was checking 19 Keys out last night. And 19 Keys, y'all stressing him out. Y'all got him ready to goddamn take a break. Keys say, you know, a lot of people miss the sacrifice that go into this. If you're not working, then you're studying. If you're not studying, then you're traveling. You know, every day you got something else to do that benefits the movement, but you got people out there, you know, you go through all of this here to go teach the people, and niggas ain't putting nothing back into you. Then he said another thing. He said people don't even understand that everything that you do costs money. And niggas ain't even willing to put the money back into you. They just want the teachings. And some of them take the teachings to go try to monetize them somewhere else. Man, that ain't how God work. That ain't how life work. I'm gonna make you niggas break the switch off. I have no problem with tying a nigga to a tree or to the back of a donkey. I don't give, nigga, I'm treacherous. Yes, I don't give a fuck. Tie him to the back of a donkey. Nigga, stop playing with me. Cuz say, do you know how much money that we spend on this shit? Nigga, flights, baggage, rooms, transportation, nigga, shuttles. Man, this shit costs money. It ain't like a nigga come out here and say, hey, y'all, I'm thinking about taking another trip. Do y'all mind patching in to help me take this trip? Hell no, nigga, I don't ask no questions. Nigga, I'm gone. I'm going to stack up my money, nigga, and then I'm going to go, you know. And I went out to the goddamn, just came from the Grand Canyon last weekend. Like, it's... You don't get no awards for that, and niggas pull up and they want some free shit. Nigga, do you know I just spent 5 bands, like 5,800, nigga, to take a Vegas trip, nigga. I'm top flow, nigga. I'm top flow, cosmopologist, nigga. Looking, nigga, smoking blunts on the balcony, nigga. I'm 2-hour drive, nigga. Big X5 2025 BMW, nigga, doing 100. 2-hour drive, nigga, to go get some motherfucking content to bring back to for a nigga to watch for free, and for them only to complain on how they want the content. And then you had a brother out of Alabama back who, I don't know if the nigga raised cattle or cattle ranch. I don't know if the nigga was a sharecropper or what. That nigga dropped $1,000 in BigTVUniversity.com store. So yeah, nigga, don't talk to me, nigga. Fuck you. In a real Indian way. They said ride, don't rock with 19 Keys, dude not right behind the scene. He's all about the bread. Well, shit, nigga, if a nigga working, don't you think a nigga should get paid? Exotic. If you go to work, do you think you should get paid? Or you wouldn't? I think they call that shit slavery. I think they call that shit slavery, nigga. When you working, the nigga don't pay you. That's damn near slavery. And to keep it gangster, I think everybody ought to be about their money. Everybody ain't gonna be like Rod Hayes and say, I don't want to get paid for this shit, even though them nigga be firing that nigga cash app up. When Rod Hayes came over here, did a bill, we fired that nigga cash app up. Even though he said he don't want to get paid. I started it all. I sung what I said. And then the fam did their thing. So even though he said he don't want to get paid, he got paid. Over here, now some places that he might go, and he said, I don't want to get paid. And them niggas be like, bet, hold on, my little couple dollars. For real, nigga, I'm hold on. And the nigga don't want to get paid. Well, I ain't gonna pay him. Niggas say I ain't want to get paid. No, homie, it's the principle. A lot of shit I do for free. I'm down to do it for free, especially if it's gonna push what we got going on. But you got a lot of motherfuckers who leeching. I'm talking about niggas who take your game and they go get on these other platforms and go spill. I mean, just songs just like you. Nigga ain't bought a platinum pack, not even a $10 one. Not even a silver package. Nigga just steal a free YouTube game and take it to these other apps and try to monetize it. Cash App all on the top of the screen and all, and nigga just stole all them nigga shit around the corner. Not to be respected, fam. Never. Anyway, let's get off of that. But I don't know 19 Keys or Exotic, you feel me? I don't know the homie. So I don't know if him and Rod don't fuck around. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I talked to Brother Rich yesterday. And so I don't know. I thought everybody together. I'm an Indian, homie. Let me say that. Let me get that out first. I'm an Indian. I'm on Indian business. I don't know nothing about what nobody else got going on but BCU. You feel me? I'm a BCU nigga, man, and we got our own shit we gotta maintain and make sure that we straight. And that's what my focus is. So if niggas fall or not, I don't know. I don't know these people like that. You feel me? So I ain't, I don't have nothing bad to say about nobody because I don't know. I ain't worried about them. Nigga, I'm about to drop 2 books on my birthday next month. That's the type of shit I'm worried about. I'm worried about getting on the plane, nigga. I'm supposed to be going to goddamn Cahokia for you niggas. And I'm scared to get on the plane. I'm worried about a motherfucking plane falling out the sky. This the shit I'm worried about. There go that little foot ass nigga, Neezy Warrior. Neezy, what was that water y'all gave me out there? Goddamn, some holy water. Nigga had me drinking holy water. Yeah. What's that water y'all had? Yeah, I'm an Aries, man. The real kind. My sun and moon in Aries. Oh, yeah, all I want to do is fight. Yeah, I want to fight. I want to fight, goddammit. I want to obliterate some shit. I got an attitude. I'm stubborn. I don't give a fuck. I'm overly confident. Yeah, nigga, I think I would have whooped Goliath faster than David did. Yeah, David took too long. I would have ran up and dropped that hoe with a 2P. Blocka. Yeah, we on A-Read time. We on demon time. Boy, why somebody sent me a picture of Jasmine Crockett the other day, and I wonder why she only show from the breast up. Now I see why she only show from the cleavage on up. Boy, have y'all seen Jasmine Crockett body? Oh, nah. I used to want to fuck. I'm cool. I am cool. I'm cool. Unless she gonna give me some of that money that they done goddamn been wiring, I'm cool. Did y'all see Jasmine Crockett body? Lord have mercy. You tricked me. You be the catfish the shit out of motherfucker, Jasmine. Nah, y'all ain't see Jasmine Crockett body. Oh man, stop sign body built that. I see why your ass always sitting down hiding behind that disc. You talk too much shit to be built like that. Nuh-uh. Big top, little top, big bottom ass nigga. Finesse 2 times body built that bitch. Turn up. My money. There was nobody, no one that run me. So give me a run for my money. Yeah, I did say it. Finesse 2 times body built that bitch. Sipping bubbly, feeling lovely. Here, what you laughing at? Turn up. Whoa. I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. They say Lil Duval talking shit about the FBAs, and Trump damn near slapped the shit out of Zelensky from Ukraine today because the nigga said some out of line shit. We going through there. I wanna be with you. Yeah. I wanna be with you. Just love me. Yeah. If I didn't ride blade on her, would you still? Hold up. If I'm in my mind, where would you still? Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to. Keep it a whole 100, don't got you, I got nothing. I got something.
We gon' function, no assumption. Feeling like Tyson with it. I might have Tyson with it. Only for the night, I'm kidding. Only for life, yeah, only for life, yeah, only for life. Let's get it. Get that shoulder in. I know what coming over me. Backstroke overseas. I know what you need. Already on 10, nobody come in. I'm feeling go out. This feeling don't drought. This party won't end. If I didn't ride blade on her, would you still?
Kiri, don't go nowhere. Bring your head back here.
If I'm in my mind at work, would you still? Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to. Keep it a whole 100. Don't got you, I got nothing. There was nobody, no one that run me. So give me a run for my money. Spend lovely, feeling lovely. Living lovely. I wanna be with you. 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 Just know I'm on the way. We ain't got no time to waste. Hop in your come on the way. And mine the way. I don't want pressure you none. I want your blessing today. Oh, by the way, open the door by the way. Show you that I'm on the way. I'm on the way. I know connection is vague. Pick up the phone for me, babe. Damn it, we jamming. That attitude for your nanny. Curving your hip for your memory. Remember, Gardena, I took the studio camera. I know Top will be mad at me. I have to do it. I want your body, your music. I'm about to be one of the. Look what you made. Told you that I'm on the way.
I'm about to exit the way. Hey.
Yep. If I didn't ride blade on her, would you still? If I'm in my mind at work, would you still?
Hey, you can turn up.
Keep it on it, I'd rather you trust me than to. Keep it a whole 100. Don't got you, I got nothing. Run for my money. There was nobody, no one that run me. So give me a run for my money. Living lovely, feeling lovely. Living lovely. I wanna be with you. 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 Just know.
Legendary. Topcatz.
Smell of your perfume.
We've been turned up. Hold on, y'all. I'm getting set up.
I thought I was immune. Looking around this room.
Get what?
Can't help but see the traces of you.
Alright, we're gonna chill. We're gonna slow dance at the end though, so don't forget. I want my dance at the end. Fuck that. Fuck that. And I'm squeezing on shit. What Trump said, grab him by the pussy. Yeah, Trump said grab him by the pussy. Fuck it. So if y'all ain't heard, if y'all been sitting on the rock, you know, a deal was supposed to be made today for precious minerals and resources in Ukraine. Biden passed out a lot of money to Ukraine, and Ukraine had the nerve to come back. Sound like you niggas talking to what's her name? Sally Mae. What's that bitch name? Want her money for them tuitions. Yeah, that nigga thought it was Sally Mae. That nigga said, that wasn't a loan, that was a grant. Well, nigga, we need your grant writer, bitch ass nigga. $400 billion. We need your grant writer. Yeah, nigga. Say, boy, you got some talented grant writers over there. Yeah, he came back and said, but shit, nigga, it wasn't no grant. It wasn't no loan, it was a grant. Well, nigga, we need your grant writers, nigga, immediately. Cause BCU trying to do some big things, nigga. We can do a whole lot with 400 motherfucking billion, half of $1 trillion, nigga. We can do some things. I need your motherfucking grant writer. So Elon and took the shit a little too far. Elon come out here last week and told all government employees to document what they have done for the week. Elon out here playing like a strict daddy. Yeah, that nigga out here military dad. Elon say every week by Friday, you need to have in tallied up what have you accomplished for the company this week. He turning niggas into workers. Yeah, you niggas, you gonna work. So they say that they work, most of them work from home, and they have this device. The device, you press the device and it tell you that, it act like you're still on because the computer was shut off. The computer was shut off on you, so they got this little device that make it like I'm sitting here working. I'm getting it in. Then he come back, Elon say, they got all these government workers, but most of these people don't even exist. I say, goddamn, nigga, I thought the mafia was scamming off the top in Las Vegas, nigga. I thought that's the shit that got Mo Green and Tony Sperano. I thought that's what got whatever that nigga name is, off the movie Casino. I thought that what got them nigga pop scheming off the motherfucking top. Kansas City boss got them caught up. These niggas, so we gotta get Elon. Elon, you can't do interviews with me no more, nigga. You got the block hot. That was a good idea, but nigga, you might have went a little bit too goddamn far. You might have that shit, nigga. You borderline, nigga, boy. Nigga had me flashback, nigga. Nigga, did you make your bed up this morning, nigga? Clean your closet out. Get all that shit from under the bed. Yeah, that nigga Elon coming up playing daddy like he gonna whoop a nigga ass. And they need to hurry up with the motherfucking stimulus checks. She said, get you some Saratoga still water, chief. Okay, bet that. I'm going to go get it. Clear my skin up, because I'm finna go give me a facial and all that type of shit. Yeah. I'm going to be on Black Magic 363 Monday, so y'all get ready. We turning up. Darvin said, weekly invoice to prove your work. You just like a Goose Creek slave master. You would come out with these strict ass rules. Look, Darvis, the Goose Creek Moor, he want to enforce it. Yeah, he think it's a good idea. He comes from slave owners, and that's the black slave master South Carolina in him that says, goddamn me, you niggas gonna work, and if you gonna work, your ass gonna, yeah, he want to work a nigga from sun up to sun down still. You still got it in you. Nigga, your ass better not run for office, nigga. We gonna sabotage the election, nigga. I'm gonna get Elon on your ass. He said, added up the expenses, we gonna pay 70%. Yeah, I'm gonna get Elon and Doge on your motherfucking ass, nigga. All right, so this just went down today. Trump already expressed he don't like the nigga. Nigga don't want to pay my money. He's super cool with Putin because Putin a real nigga. And I'm just saying, when you have world leaders in the U.S., they have 4 years or possibly 8 years. These other people, they're dictators. They reigning for a long time, so their experience is top tier. They have so much wealth behind them that these people that are running for president, you ain't got enough money to even be sitting at the table with these world leaders. So it's their donors that are putting up the money that should be there. Now you get a nigga like Trump who bossed up. I got my own bread. I got billionaire homies. I'm fucking with the richest nigga in the world. So yeah, we gonna show some military might. We got the best military in the world. So we gonna show our hand. We're gonna push our line. Now, I know I talked about JD the other day, but JD's a good talking ass nigga. That nigga can talk, boy, he can talk. That's a good talking ass nigga. And Trump said back, JD an ex-Marine. Zelensky, you got all this war going on, but you ain't never fought. JD Van down there slapped the shit out of Zelensky today, and Trump was sitting there. Trump had to jump in at the end. All right, let's walk.
For 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nigga, don't ask me shit. Can you fight? I like to fight. You ain't got no muscles. Yeah, you ain't got no muscles. You don't do push-ups. And you run here like you a tough Tony and my boss. I don't want to talk. Do you want to fight? You want to wrestle, nigga? You want to do some MMA or some shit, nigga? Kwatando or something? Cause I think you pussy. Nigga, don't talk to me. Yeah, that nigga now on this Marine shit. Hoorah. Hoorah, ho ass nigga.
So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, parts of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 and 2014.
2014?
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
That's exactly right.
Yes.
Check that shit, Trump. Hold on, nigga. Watch your mouth. Say, nigga, that shit ain't happening on my watch, nigga. Ain't nobody, nigga. I'm getting active. Nigga, you done said Trump twice, nigga. I know I'm the 45th and the 47th, nigga, but nigga, that shit went on my watch. Nigga ain't took shit on my watch, nigga. And what type of nigga you to be letting niggas take shit from you? For real, my nigga. I'd rather hang with the nigga that's taking the shit. What I look like hanging with the nigga in here complaining about a nigga took some shit from you. Nigga, you better tighten up.
But during 2014 till 2022,
Look at Trump's face. Trump do not, they do not like this nigga. Bro, you're like a female. Like, you can call and ask me for shit, but I can't call and ask you for shit. Like, bitch, we don't even be fucking no more. I don't even want the head. Like, bitch, every time I see you, it's a bill. Why are you here today, bitch? Because you want to borrow some money. Like, bitch, I've been talking about sick of you. Look how Trump looking. You saying all that, nigga. Get to what you really here for. You need to hold $200 billion, nigga. Go ahead, nigga. I already know what you want, bitch.
well, the situation the same. That people are been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the.
They say got JD fucked up, nigga. You ain't finna hold me in front of Trump. Nigga, they got all that Elon money and all that. I know I ain't got all that paper, but nigga, I can fight. Bitch, I can do 1,000 push-ups, nigga, without stopping. Bitch, I'm a Marine, nigga. Hoorah, nigga. I body slam your ass in here, nigga. I got the ability to kill a nigga with my bare hands, nigga. You see the paper straw, bitch, I keep this straw. Nigga, you better watch your motherfucking tone in here, nigga. In the White House, bitch, I would get up and slap you. And what is this black face doing in the back? Who is this back here? That nigga there look mighty colored. He the only colored man in the room. But yeah, nigga, when a nigga point his finger at you, nigga, in America, that is fighting. And you, what that nigga say? What you swelling all up for? Nigga done folded his arm. You ready to go? 5'5" ass nigga, I will stand up and hit you on top of your head. Get that nigga, JD.
Of your country.
I'm saying I'm too old to fight. Tackle him. Yeah, rush him.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count one.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a.
What is you shaking your head about it? You here to borrow some money. You here to borrow some weapons. You need to hold a pistol. Niggas looking for you. You looking real weak. You too little to sit in the chair. Look at him. Look at that. He too little to even sit in the chair. Our chair too goddamn big for him. Let me tell you something, little nigga. I will grab you by that Nike suit you got on, nigga. I will grab your ass by that, jack your ass up by that Nike tracksuit, nigga. You gonna show some respect around here, nigga, cause you the weakest nigga on the block. I'll call Putin. Bitch, don't make me tell Putin to come over here, lock this door, until Putin get here, nigga. And Putin know Taekwondo. He know how to wrestle and shit.
Propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the.
What? What you say, nigga? You talking to, boy? He said, listen.
Ocean and don't feel now, but you will. During the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but
nigga, it ain't never been a day in life, nigga, that America had a problem with any one of you weak ass countries around the world. You niggas don't want to fuck with us, nigga. We make the ground tremble under your feet. Trump say that shit. That was the last straw. Yeah, that Trump say, look how Trump looking. That's the last straw. I know I'm 80 years old, but I think I got a two-piece in me. Now I might fall. Y'all might need to get my medic out here, but nigga, I got a mean 1-2, nigga. That's probably all I got. But this bitch ass nigga just say what I thought he just said. Everybody have problems at war, even you. Nigga, I ain't never had a money. Nigga, I'm finna.
You have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate.
You already said it. It's too late, nigga. JD, get back. Because when I hit him and I fall, just nigga dive on him. Make sure the nigga don't kick me while I'm on the ground. And y'all get my medic in here because this bitch didn't. Nigga, what? Out of eye contact. Nigga, no, nigga. Did you threaten me?
That.
Remember
this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing.
And they said, we're not playing cards. Bro, Zelensky, have you been snorting coke? Don't tell me you in this on that Ukraine coke, nigga, because I would, boy. You know what? Give me a couple of them goddamn special forces in here. Because I think this nigga I think he need an ass whooping. You are too
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you
just say thank you. Say thank you. JD, stand up. JD, Trump, JD, stand up. Stand up and put your finger in his face when you talk to him. Bitch, say thank you.
Will speak very loudly about the war.
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Wait a minute.
No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. You's a hoe. Nigga, you in USA. Nigga, we don't play that shit, nigga. We body slam niggas on their motherfucking collarbone. Nigga, don't you ever, nigga, you out your motherfucking mind. Nigga, you come here to borrow money, borrow weapons. You need soldiers. You know what, nigga? I'm taking every bitch. I'm finna call Putin, tell him run through that bitch. So you a tough ass nigga with me, but you running from Putin. You got me fucked up in my house, nigga, talking crazy. Bitch, I'll choke you. Look at them big old ass hands Trump got. Nigga, I'll choke the shit out you.
Big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks.
You haven't been alone.
Cabinet.
You haven't been alone. In this cabinet. We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
maybe
new.
Less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you,
just say thank you.
I said a lot of
accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on. I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
Thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
With guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me. That wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It'll be a tough deal to make. Because the attitudes have to change.
Nigga in here with attitude. Oh, you moving? Oh, when I said attitude, oh, you moving? I don't know who you talking to, but boy, Zelensky, yo, boy, say, fam, you walking on thin ice. With your big in ass.
What if Russia breaks?
You gonna make US invade that motherfucker. You think Russia invaded it. You gonna make We're gonna send all them Alaskan niggas over there. Keep that shit up.
Ceasefire. What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that he's a
Now they got a WBC belt in there. Oh, he got Usyk WBC belt. Well, Usyk can't help you fight, and we got a nigga that'll whoop Usyk ass too.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me.
Period. Nigga, they know Barack taking dick in the booty. They know, they got the tapes. Them niggas eating dick and all that there, boy on boy and shit like that. They ain't fucking with that. Putin a real nigga. Dennis Rodman say the baddest bitch he ever seen in his life, nigga. He say he eyeballing the eye contact. And, you know, he see on the dance floor, see her from across the room. Dennis Rodman, he say he push up on her. And boom, nigga, he say, Putin tell him, hey, what you about to do? He say, shit, I just seen this pretty girl, man. I think I'm about to go over there, shoot him a shot. Putin told him, all right, good luck. He say he turned back around, the bitch was missing. And he go to scan in the room, and he see Putin on the way out the door with the bitch hand in hand. They walking. Yeah, he say Putin knocked the baddest bitch you ever seen in the world. Yeah, yeah, nigga, real true story. Go check it out. Dennis Rodman. Putin, a different type of niggas. Hey, what you about to get into? He said they rolled up there together. And he told him, man, I just seen this woman, beautiful. I'm finna get her. Nigga told him, good luck. Have fun, nigga. I'm on my way out the door, too. Shit, he say he scanned the room. He looking for the bitch, nigga. Next thing he look up, he see Putin and the bitch going out the door, hand in hand. He said, oh, that nigga knocked the bag. Woo! Yeah, Putin, the little bitty nigga, ain't throwing no dick. But the bitch coming. She's on the way.
Adjacent to the Oval Office in the cabinet room where you have the tough conversations and then the united front or the tea leaves are delivered in front of cameras in the Oval. And we are left to discern whether it was a good or a bad meeting. But you just saw live the sausage making of American diplomacy in the Oval Office before all of our eyes. It is 5 years, 7 months, and 4 days from the first time these two men spoke. And during that very first conversation, Zelensky said he had a lot to learn from President Trump. He, in fact, said, you are a great teacher for us, and you can teach us how to drain the swamp. I think it's fair to say we are a long way from that moment many years ago. Some context that I think you all need to know of things that have been going on behind the scenes that kind of have led to this acrimony. There have been several flashpoints in this relationship, one of which was February 12th,
Sykes,
where President Trump accused Zelensky of oversleeping for a meeting with the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
We need to piss test that nigga. We need to piss test him. So you mean to tell me that why he in that bitch looking like he hung over from the night before? Is that why he in that bitch looking like he hung over in a warm-up suit, in a Nike warm-up suit? Nigga, really to come to the White House, talk to me, this nigga in here in house shoes and a goddamn Nike warm-up suit. And he slept in and missed the meeting? Are you serious? And he coming in and facing like he been drinking and snorting coke and shit. And he ain't had nobody sleep. Nigga ain't go to sleep till 7:30 this morning. The meeting at 9. He in that hoe with 2 prostitutes.
Felt that was disrespectful. Not only that, Secretary of State.
Naked. They opened up the door. Prime Minister, they need you. Shit, tell them I'm coming. Y'all ain't got no pancakes down there. Bring me some pancakes, some eggs and bacon, orange juice and a glass of milk. 2% milk, glass of milk. Shit, damn, give me 30 minutes. Let me take a shower. Shit, damn, what time is it? Look at the time, it flew. I'm wondering why they sitting there with an attitude. They can't find this nigga. He and that bitch with naked with 2 prostitutes and cocaine residue all on the countertops and shit, nigga. I don't know who card they put on there, nigga, for the deposit, nigga. But the hotel the resort might keep that money y'all put down. Cocaine all on the motherfucker. Bitch that spilled a bottle of Don Julio on the floor, got carpet stains. Yeah, this nigga out his rabbit ass mind.
Marco Rubio had this to say: Trump is very upset with Zelensky. Biden was very upset with Zelensky. I am very upset with Zelensky. Zelensky told Vance and me he was okay with the deal, but then later publicly said he rejected the deal. You know, Steve, as I look at all of this, and we saw kind of this transpire into what was a caustic back and forth, the impetus for it, I think, was very important. Right. They were having a nice conversation, and then you had J.D. Vance speak, and then you had Zelensky talk about what kind of diplomacy are you talking about, and take on this accusatory tone towards the vice president. From which the vice president said, you should be coming in here being very thankful. We have given you $183 billion, and you come to the Oval Office.
Right.
With an attitude.
Kayla, you're exactly right to set it up the way you did.
Full of coke.
We have never seen anything like that before, where it actually played out in real time. Usually, they'll come out and they'll say, okay, we had a disagreement, but we actually got to see the disagreement. If I had to guess, for Mr. Zelensky at one point, essentially blamed Trump, Obama, and Biden as well. You guys never stopped him when you had the chance. Okay, that's not smart to do. Hey, Donald Trump, you had the chance and you blew it, essentially, is what he was doing. For a while, it kind of seemed to me like J.D. Vance and Trump were playing good cop, bad cop, where Trump was being the diplomat, and then J.D. Vance said, say thank you. And eventually, Mr. Zelensky wound up arguing a lot and then groveling. Ultimately, this could be a lot like what we saw just a week ago, where Donald Trump referred to him as a dictator and a third-rate comedian and stuff like that, to get a better deal for the United States. For him to have an argument on television in front of the whole world, suddenly the whole world's going like, okay, Trump won that. Zelensky's going to have to do something.
I think that's such a good point, Emily. The American public, we've seen, kind of question, we're giving $183 billion in aid. And there are questions that come with that kind of money going to Ukraine. And, you would think that Zelensky coming in would be very grateful in front of cameras, certainly for that. And instead, we had this moment where he challenged the vice president. And the context I mentioned, I do want to bring it up just so our viewers can see. This is from Axios, and this describes that meeting that I think kind of is a huge part of the souring of this relationship. February 12th, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent met Zelensky in Kyiv to offer a proposal that would give the U.S. access to Ukrainian mineral rights in return for de facto U.S. protection. Trump later told reporters Zelensky was rude and delayed his meeting with Bessent because he slept in. That's not the posture that
the nigga slept in. Look at him. He look hungover. Am I tripping? He look hungover. The guy looks hungover. He slept in. You slept in. Yeah, we mad, man. That's why they don't want real niggas in the White House like us, the real American Indians in there. Cause that shit would have ended a different way. Nigga would have stood up and said, hey, y'all cut the cameras. Say, homie, cut the camera real quick. And fired that nigga shit up. Stumped him and everything. Yeah, we was gonna stump him. Hey, look, I cut the cameras. Cut the cameras right quick. Fuck wrong with you, nigga. Nigga would have came out his shirt. Nigga, let's get down, nigga. Got me fucked up. You just disrespected me, nigga, on live TV, nigga. Cut the camera, nigga. We got to get down in this bitch. Move that couch, nigga. What's up? Yeah, nigga. George Washington sat on that couch, nigga. Move that couch. Nigga. What's up, bitch? Get up. Send that hoe back to Ukraine, nigga. Aaron Walker, what's up, OG?
I think a power would ordinarily take when given aid. I mentioned I was in the meeting with the Iraqi prime minister. And what you saw was a very mutual respect relationship between someone who'd received U.S. taxpayer aid and someone who was grateful for it and wanted to work with our country.
And I think the presence of cameras casts an entire dimension on this that is very important in the realm of diplomacy. So what we saw there is a president that has been exhausted by Putin's continued invasions of his country, right? But he is ascribing the failure to deter on the current administration, with two administrations past. And I have only compassion for him and his people. And I can't imagine the exhaustion and rage that he must feel. But Vice President Vance was absolutely apt when saying, you should not be litigating this in front of the American media. And the point of diplomacy, which President Zelensky was asking about, which was essentially like, look, you guys, I don't trust your deal right now because we've gone through deals and it hasn't worked. Now, President and Vice President Vance are saying, look, there is a new sheriff in town. So you have to believe us. And I think under the auspices of, and you are currently in the American Oval Office in front of the American President, Commander-in-Chief, and his Vice President, and in front of the American media. And Vice President Vance pointing out, you have gone on a media, public press, public relations tour that has subverted a lot of our policies. So I think what we're seeing is someone who is totally at their wits' end, Zelensky, but taking it out in ways that is deeply damaging to the fragility and the importance of diplomacy with the current administration.
Nigga, don't come in here, coke that nigga, drunk nigga. We got CI operatives, nigga, been watching you. We know we send the bitches on. We put the bitches on you. Yeah, them old say you in there snorting tussy. That pink cocaine Diddy had, nigga. Yeah, man, fuck all that, nigga. And you in here late. Coming in bitch, nigga, just threw some shit on that came up here, nigga. Yeah, that nigga threw some shit on. He had that shit on last night when he went out with them hoes. Nigga, you just threw some shit on running in here. Nigga, you late. Coming in bitch, nigga. Nigga, no, you better lower your motherfucking tone in my house, nigga. Cut the cameras, cuz we got to get down. Fuck that.
Administration that has done.
JD say, nigga, I need that back fade. JD Van say, nigga, yeah, we gonna run him. Nigga, I need that back fade.
And everything it can to support and will continue to, while under the value system of America first. So I was deeply disappointed by this exchange just because it seems so stressful. And this also goes to show, for all of those headlines that crow about how easy it is for President Trump's job, it is not. It is an incredibly hard position for a commander-in-chief to inherit what happened before them and make good decisions. So bravo, President Trump and Vice President Vance.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a fact that is inescapable, Tommy, and it is that Putin went in under Obama's watch and Putin went in under Biden's watch, and there was a 4-year hiatus, and that happened to be the 4 years of President Trump. So when President Trump says he might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, but he hasn't broken them with me, there's facts to prove that.
And I think President Trump was rightfully insulted by the way President Zelensky has been acting for years now. Don't bite the hand that feeds you is essentially what I got out of all of that. Trump repeatedly said, you don't have the cards, you don't have the cards. And it was like a father swatting down their toddler who repeatedly has their hand out asking for allowance but doesn't want to mow the lawn. What he's saying is, we want to help you, but the way that you have paraded yourself in front of media for years, Hollywood audiences, in the fanfare on Vogue covers, the way you have this sense of entitlement as you ask us for money and guarantees. Now I'm trying to give you a deal that's good for my people and good for your people, and you're disrespectful. And so, whereas you didn't like that exchange, I loved it because that told me America is back. This is the president of the United States of America, and he's going to act like it. And repeatedly through there, it seemed as though Zelensky had his arms crossed like a toddler. You're not going to act like that with President Trump. Maybe a president.
Nah, he had his arms crossed like he's standing on business. Look at his out-of-eye contact. Man, cut the camera. Cut the cameras real quick. For real, nigga, you got me fucked up. Nigga, cut the camera. Nigga, bitch, you looked at me in my eye. That's an automatic B for a bam. Get off on cutting, nigga. You got what? You tripping. You in America, homie. You better pipe down, little nigga. Throw your ass in that fireplace behind us, nigga, and coat, man. Say, homie, cut the cameras.
President Biden, but not with this administration and not with this country. I loved watching this play out in front of us.
And, you know, Jerry, we as, you know, as Americans, as voters, we only get tea leaves that we pick up on. We get reporting from sources inside meetings. And one item that I picked up on that I couldn't get out of my mind was when Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Biden would call and yell at Zelensky. And he referenced reporting that the Biden administration would give this aid, and then Zelensky would go out publicly and say, the Americans aren't giving me X, Y, or Z. There was this attitude of ungratefulness that it seems like also proliferated during the Biden years, according to the tea leaves referenced by Rubio.
You know, and
not looking good for you, Zelensky. You got to understand, it's a dude got fired either, was it today or yesterday, because he called Trump a grifter. You're fired. Yeah, they made the calls and called his superior and said, yeah, man, look, he talking down on the president. That's treason. Get him out of here. Or we coming, I'm sending Doge over there. Get him out of here or I'm sending Doge. Yeah, nah, for real. I don't like him. He disrespectful. Hey, have y'all seen this? I can't play it though. But yeah, this just went down. The tribal dress in 2025 in Montana. Justin Greyhawk. I can't play it on here, but y'all can go check it out. State of Tribal Nations address 2025. You know, them NAs, they don't want to play in their shit. Now we're gonna get into the bill, the Black European outlet talk. We're gonna get into that, but we just gotta get the current events out the way. Now, this the dude right here who Kash Patel is beefing with. This is Schiff. This the guy Russian Gate and all of that, the propaganda. And he been pushing his line. Now, Kash Patel is director of the FBI. Homie is the old boy, he number 2. But Kash Patel is about to move to ATF. So Congress voted him in. So he now the second in command. Once Kash Patel move over to ATF, the second in command comes in, and you don't have to go through Congress to put him in position. So they ran the board. It's chess, it ain't checkers. They got their people in there, and they coming after Comey, and Schiff is one of them. Now check Schiff out because he's nervous. You see, he got a green screen in the back. He in the underground bunker. He know they looking for his ass.
California. He's a member of the Judiciary Committee. Senator, thanks so much for being with us today. Of course, President Zelensky and President Trump will be meeting in the White House. We had Keir Starmer yesterday and Macron earlier this week meeting there. What do you want to see out of this meeting, and what concerns do you have going into this meeting?
Mommy, what's
well,
up?
There's a meeting in the White House of the leader of the free world, and Donald Trump is also going to be there because, sadly, he's not the leader of the free world. It's turning the administration is turning American foreign policy into a kind of protection racket. So I'm deeply concerned about this, and the fact that in the run-up to this meeting, the administration has so badly betrayed our Ukraine ally and our NATO allies, blaming Ukraine for the war, calling Zelensky a dictator, and then demanding mineral rights to not even provide a security guarantee, but essentially to maintain good favor with the president. And I just have never felt such shame about American policy before. And I don't know how our allies trust us after this. In terms of what I can hope for out of this meeting, I can only hope the president doesn't betray our ideals more than he has already, that Ukraine isn't forced to give up something for nothing, that nothing.
That was his speech. And I hope the president do this here. And it damn near broke out into a melee, and they start damn near Royal Rumble. Schiff, get out of here, bro. It's over. The damn y'all are gone. The House Speaker, what was that lady name? I think she was from the islands or something. I think she was from Haiti. I can't remember. Used to wear the little mushroom top hairdo. She even had bad things to say. She said that they ran the coup d'etat on Biden. She said they ran a soft coup d'etat on Biden. Hold on. Hey, shout out to the homie that say he received his slides. the homie them that order shades and all of that, somebody else got slides, and it's a few items. It's like 8 packages went out today. So y'all ought to get them next week, early next week. I want to be with you. Yeah, I want to be with you.
Oval Office. We look forward to welcome you in the United Kingdom. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. What a beautiful accent. I would have been president 20 years ago if I had that accent.
Thank you very much. Then they got.
Hey, have y'all heard that clip when Trump was younger? And Trump said that he wished he was a educated, successful black man. He'll be able to. He said a educated, successful black man is way more powerful than a successful, educated white man. Trump said, "I wish I could have been born a successful, intelligent black man." That's when he was a youngster. Man, y'all go check that clip out. I'm gonna find it. But I should have screen recorded it when I seen it. Yeah, Trump said that.
Down to business.
Mr. President, did our Prime Minister persuade you not to put tariffs on the UK?
He tried. He was working hard, I'll tell you that. He earned whatever the hell they pay him over there. I think we could very well end up with a real trade deal where the tariffs would.
Trump talking about putting tariffs on European nations. He not fucking around. You gonna pay your fair share. I don't care about NATO. We can whoop all y'all. You can put your NATO together. We'll stump you, niggas. Square business, nigga. This is America. We finna stop acting like we the same. We finna stop acting like y'all on our level, homie. For real. We'll punch you niggas down. Square business. You gonna pay up. I don't give a fuck who you is, how long we been cool. I check Canada, nigga. I'm like check Green, then I check Mexico, I check Panama, Venezuela. Did y'all see Venezuela president open up the books and show that Biden administration told them to send over the gangs, release them out the jails, and send them to America? Boy, the Biden administration, dirty. Venezuela, that nigga opened up the books. And you know what? Trump so much of a real nigga. Trump said, appreciate that nigga, but fuck you. I still don't like you hoe ass niggas. Nigga, it's still up. Trump told that nigga, fuck you. Appreciate them records, nigga. Appreciate that information, but fuck you anybody, nigga. On US, nigga, and we can get down.
Wouldn't be necessary.
Trump's doing everything Biden couldn't, and Biden seems okay with that. The golden age looks good on Joe. He was spotted at his favorite place, a train station, with the biggest smile we've seen since inauguration. Trump put the entire 24 Democrat dream team out of a job. Tim Walz is trying out a new career, stand-up comedy.
I know what you're thinking. More handsome person.
But deep down, Tampon Tim can't get over the election. He still blames himself for the landslide. It's not all your fault, Tim. Your whole party blew it, and they're still trying to pick up the pieces. Ducey, our very own, gave Binder PTSD.
The job is already a cooker pressure. It's already incredibly difficult, and to be the first to add that on top of what a difficult job. Some people have said it's the hardest job in the White House. It's a hard job in whatever. People would say that to me.
Would you say that?
I'd be like, yes, it is. Thank you. Thank you. It is.
After Binder saw Trump swear in, she threw her TV out the window.
The last time I've watched the news
Don't rub it in.
was January 20th when I was at the White House. I've not watched the news. I have really tried to focus on self-care. I have deprogrammed myself so that I could be a civilian again.
You can't deprogram us. We remember Biden wandering around lost, speaking gibberish,
shaking hands with ghosts.
Biden, that nigga say shaking hands with ghosts. Boy, they roll. Look at Biden. Biden look like a pimp on the stroll. What my hoes at?
Program us. We remember Biden wandering around the halls.
Bitch, what are you? Where did you go? Bitch, get back over here.
Speaking gibberish,
bitches,
shaking hands with ghosts.
Hold on.
And the Biden calling it all a cheap fake. Remember? Trump doesn't stop talking.
For both of you bitches, let me tell you something, nigga. I don't play that shit, nigga. I'm moist in Selma. And nigga, I nigga bust my lip that night. I ain't nigga, where's my bitches?
Talking to the press.
That way? Where the bitch went that way? Which way that bitch went? This bitch went that way?
Hit at a bunker. Can Biden explain
that?
Hold
on, bitch.
The president spoke to it himself. He was very honest. He was like, look, I don't speak as well as I used to. I don't move as well as I used to. He was very honest about what the American people were seeing. So he never hid from that. As far as it comes to interviews, look, this was a different media landscape. It really was. He wanted to talk about issues, and it was very hard to have interviews where we were able to talk about issues.
A different media landscape? Every reporter wanted to interview the president. Biden said no. Then he botched the debate and got cooed. Binder still's hurt over it.
There was a disconnect from me. What was happening with leadership in the Democratic Party?
Jack, I was thinking about your ass.
And I had never seen anything like it before. I've never seen a party do that in the way that they did. And it was hurtful and sad to see that happen. A firing squad around a person who I believe was a true patriot. That was shocking. Shocking.
The hardest part of a coup is finding a good leader to replace the guy you backstabbed. Kamala, not the answer.
I talk to a lot of Democrats and a lot of people since I've been here at Harvard say, who the hell do I look to?
I actually don't have anybody that I'm going to call out or put out there. I'm not. But I think that it is important it doesn't matter if you're a governor, Congress, senator, a local elected official.
Former vice president.
Former vice president. I want to see many voices. I don't just want to see one. I want to see many who can lead us through this time.
Here's the problem with the Democrat voices. Nobody wants to hear them.
Nobody.
While they figure themselves out, Roseanne has some advice. Let's listen. We are at the point where anyone identifying as a Democrat at this point should just be pointed at and laughed at. That's it. No more arguing. Just point and laugh. Tommy Lahren, an Outkick.com host and host of 100 Days with Tommy Lahren. How you doing, Tommy?
It's great to see proof of life from.
Tommy, we leaving because you done got these Moors interested. Boy, the Moors saw that white girl, Goldilocks. All they thought about was Goldilocks. Yeah, the Moors, they done started plenty wars over these white hoes. Let me get her off my screen. Thank you, but no thank you, because you finna get these Moors going crazy. These Moors finna get the showing out in this motherfucker. They trying to put a fez on the bitch. They trying to put a fez on the bitch. No, we're not doing it. Yeah, it's snowing in this motherfucker. We're not doing it. Man, shout out to the homie Corey. Y'all see that jacket he got on right there? Today, Friday, man. Alabama Indian. That nigga went and dropped $1,000 at one time. Tried to buy the whole BCU store. $1,000 support. Since he blessed me, I want to bless the community. I want to put everything. I want to put a sale on everything. Y'all see these jackets right here? I think them hoes like $275, $250. Them hoes $200 even for the day. We doing Indian Black Friday. Everything. I'm finna drop the price on everything. Goddamn, just for the day. BCU Platinum Packs, $200. We dropping the price on all that shit. Today, for Indian Black Friday. For Indian Friday around this bitch. All right, where we going with it? Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's go here, goddamn. So, shout out to Brother Rich. Monday, We will be on Black Magic 363. Black Magic 363. And we putting it down for the Indian game. And y'all know I'm going to represent. Y'all got to come out there and represent with me. Let's walk.
Putting out here to put our people completely to sleep. You know what I mean? So I definitely want to say salute to you for doing that.
Nah, I appreciate you. Appreciate you in a real way. Been following your work. You in.
The legendary Topcatz is in the building. So let me go ahead and open up the line. All right. Here we go. Peace to the family.
Peace. What's up with it?
All right. Peace to the God. What's good with you, brother?
And ladies, don't get to throwing y'all pet tips. Shout out to the homie Soul Food Vegan.
Yes.
Peace to the chat in a real way.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It's been a long time coming, my brother.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me give you your 21 gun salutes, man.
Yeah.
Hold on.
To this day.
Big tough
First
solution.
and foremost, I want to say I've been giving brothers their flowers and whatnot. I want to say salute to you, my good brother Topcatz, for the work that you've been doing out here. You know what I mean? Standing on the front lines, going against the grain and standing on the business of resurrecting the quote unquote dry bones of our ancestors and challenging the narrative, right, that they've been putting out here to put our people completely to sleep. You know what I mean? So I definitely want to say salute to you for doing that.
Nah, I appreciate you. Appreciate you in a real way. Been following your work, you and your brother. Shout out to KT too. I got a picture. As a matter of fact, at Soul Food Vegan.
Yeah. Oh, with KT the arch degree?
Yeah.
Dope.
I was putting him on cowboy beans. He was like, "Man, what's cowboy beans?" Yeah.
Nah, salute to him. There's a show on with him and Rich right now. So I gotta go check that when it's over and everything. Real briefly, let the family know, let my audience know exactly who the legendary Big Chief Topcatz is, what you've been doing, where what region you coming out of and whatnot. And just keep them up. Let them know who you are.
Man, you can choose lose, you can stay confused, man. I'm a Texas Indian, East Texas to be exact. I'm a core-sided Indian on my dad's side and Cherokee lineage on my mom's side. I come from a family of chiefs from the Kasadi, the Mingos, and we still have our land down there. My family, we fought in the Revolutionary War as far as Texas Revolution. And so that's when a lot of my lines started to come together. There, one leaving out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama in 1836, coming to Texas. And we had 3 plantations in Texas since 1836. So we got historical markers on them as far as our cemetery. And I'm a American Indian history, world history, but my main focus is right here on the Americas.
Yes.
Telling the stories, that was left out, what they call the mystery, our mystery, you feel me? But we putting it back together now, in the
Indeed. One of the things about the tribes, and we know that there were many, right? Because you speak about Texas. We know that there were tribes all over the Americas, not just in North America, but also in Central and South. What would you say is the difference between the tribes that come out of the Deep South versus some of the tribes that you would find in places like Ohio, the Appalachian and New Jersey tribes, the Connecticut tribes, some of the tribes that were defeated during the King Philip's War and things of that nature?
Purple Heart, I'm a big Baltimore. Would be really the culture. Down south, we had more land to work with, so we were more agriculturalists. And a lot of our empires kind of surfaced around the Gulf or the Caribbean area. If we're gonna deal with Florida,
hey y'all, I'm gonna have
to
leave out and come back in. They trying to flag the line.
Well, they dealt in South America.
I'm gonna leave out and come right
also,
back.
Also, what we call the Yucatan Peninsula. In the Gulf Coast areas right there, Galveston Island, Port of Louisiana, dealing with those ports. but also they had connections with those Indians that came up to Mississippi.
Yes.
Because it's gonna stretch the empire, gonna stretch from Haiti, New Orleans, up to Mississippi, into Canada, and all the way down to Quebec. You know, which was France before 1763 Treaty of Paris, when the French lost the French and Indian War in British Quebec. But before that, it was a part of the French Empire.
Right.
Yeah, and they allied with the Choctaw down there. But for us, it'll be mainly like the coaches. We were renters, you know, cowboys or whatever want to call it. You feel me? And
right, horsemen.
Yeah.
Right.
And so up, you know, for the tribes, up, you know, they were a little more into they had commercial enterprise as well as empires, and they were more dealing with a governmental body for as, how can I put it, what we call England.
Right.
Yeah, Europe. So they had a lot of commerce and bloodline, you know, back and forth from there.
Okay.
But we'll find that out through the story of America, the U.S., as we see them come from upstate, northern parts, and come down to south.
Right.
Yeah.
When you brought up Mississippi, are you speaking of Natchez by any chance?
Yeah, Natchez played a part. Natchez was the most wealthiest place during the Civil War. So that time, that era, Natchez, Mississippi, would be one of. So my family, they from the town right outside of Natchez, Roxy, and yeah, the Natchez Indians, of course, which had one of the most bloodiest wars here against, you know, those French invaders. And then we know about the Devil's Punch Bowl, what happened after the Civil War. Right, when they massacred them. But yeah, Mississippi, they had a company, a guy named John Law in the 1700s, created a company called Mississippi. As we see, a lot of companies will become states later as the U.S. expand. And, you know,
right.
Ohio had the Ohio company. We got Massachusetts, you said Massachusetts, they got Massachusetts company, Virginia. So,
East Indian Company.
Correct. So a lot of that will play into because a lot of these names will not. So they, for instance, if they say a European name, for instance, let's just say London. Well, they might say London on the paper, but and when we read it, we might look at it as New York. You know what I'm saying? We're calling it New York, but if they call it London, then that's going over our head. You know what I mean? Because we're not understanding what they were before they became in statehood. And I think that's a big part of the story that's missing. You know, they kind of talking over our head.
Right. Right. What a lot of people don't realize, and you know, it's kind of common sense, but you know, it's one of those things. If they didn't teach me this in school, then it's not real because my Jewish teacher never said it. So how could it be facts? Right. You brought up, you know, the fact that certain places that we were taught in history, you know, like let's say Morocco, for example, you know, but they'll talk about Morocco in history, but when we look at Morocco of today, it was founded in the 50s. Yeah. So we're not putting into context that they might have been talking about a different Morocco. You're putting a modern day context into a historical narrative, and that's necessary. That's not necessarily
their fault. It's really, you know what I mean? I understand it, or the readers understand it, you know what I mean? Because they may have the right answer on the paper, but if you don't have the eyes to see, then it might go over your head. Correct.
Right.
Appreciate that,
Right.
Trigger, man.
So what I've done is I compiled some images. All right. I have a slideshow that I put together with some powerful images. I want to walk us all through these images and then get to, you know, break down some of this information through the lens of the images and whatnot. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up this PowerPoint. Can you see it right now?
Yeah, appreciate that love, Yama.
Oh yeah. Yes, sir. So I named it the Black Colonizers, right? Because a lot of people are unfamiliar with the history of, you know, once again, we have reconstructed and revised history, and we have no idea that some of the people who came into the Americas from the Iberian Peninsula and from other places, like when they came into St. Augustine in Florida and whatnot, or when they came along the coast of Charlestown in South Carolina, some of these people were heavily melanated. Okay, when you hear about the pirates, Drake and the other pirates and things of that nature, Port Royal in Jamaica and the pirates of the Caribbean, a lot of our people have no idea that these are melanated people based off of what Disney showed them in a movie.
Now them boys right there.
Yeah, so we're gonna walk through some things. A lot of people are talking about the connections to melanated people in Mexico, right? Or what they call Mexico today, in the Mayan civilization, right? And they tie in things that our ancestors in Cuba and some of our ancestors in the Americas and whatnot, and they make a connection. Does anybody know any of the connections that we have to the Mayans, right? I see a lot of melanated people running to Tulum, and before that it was Cancun, right? Somebody brought up the Yucatan Peninsula, right? Brother Taj Tariq Bey speaks about the Yucatan Peninsula, and he speaks about the origin of the European that we know today, actually originating in the Yucatan and whatnot. When I see a lot of our people going to Mexico, like you know, and saying that they feel like they are home, they don't want to leave, and you know, it just was healing for them, you know. And then I see these images of the Olmecs and the Mayans. I'm like, well, maybe you just going back home. Can you break down what some of the connections to the ancient Mayan civilization and melanated people?
Yeah. I guess you want me to share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, bit.
Yes, indeed.
All right, just let me know when I'm up.
Yes, sir. You up?
All right. So, we come down to the Mayan section. So, we'll come here. So, the Mayans, for as my nation, right, coincided. So, in 1720, you had a map right here. You got the Cherokee, Coxsackie Creek, Ute, and they're allied with the French. These areas right here are going to be ran by mine, like my nation. They speak the same language as the Issamaya. Right here in the source, it say the 3 of the Muskogee, Choctaw, Chickasaw known writers and Aboriginal inhabitants of America, Mobilians. They said that these tribes, Cortez said that these were the tribes of the Aztec, and he's speaking about the tribes in Alabama. Right here, you got the Hichiti, which is a Mayan. They also spoke the Mayan language, but if y'all know about the Seminoles, we just left those wars there in Florida. A lot of them spoke about it.
We just left
that place in November. When you look into the southeast, what they call the 5 civilized tribes is going to come from 1791, George Washington civilization plan. Well, the 5 civilized tribes, when you go into their oral stories, they all speak about corn deities. And so when we go into the mines, it's the same conversation. You know, they also have corn deities.
Right. Isn't Osiris a corn deity or Asar?
Right. So Osiris, I might have it in the slide right here. Osiris is a corn deity as well. So he's a green man. He represents what he's a green man. So
right.
All green men is agriculturalists. The agriculture is corn because corn is what enables people to stay in one spot for long enough time to build a civilization. So every weeping deity is also associated with it. And also Osiris is what they call a resurrection deity. So all resurrection deities are going to go back to green men, which are called the
agriculturists, right, because of the harvest.
Yeah, we see it in the Bible as well. as they were weeping for top moves. And so even in Egypt, when they say ISIS is crying, and they're talking about so all these dishes lead back to the coin dishes. In the Brooklyn Museum, they actually had it. But Florida region was built up by the Mayans. You have Punchano right here. Punchano was a Mayan. In Cartersville, Georgia, you have
the Etowah Mounds.
Etowah Mounds, correct. And they found a lot of motifs of what the Mayans had down there. Even the blue that the Mayans have something called Mayan blue. And the largest source of that clay to make pigment is found in southwest Georgia. So the Mayan blue they mined that right here in Georgia. So this was a colony, one of the colonies for them in Georgia. I ain't had
another thing.
My bad.
When they had the gold rush in the North Georgia mountains in right. Did that involve Mayan gold? Because I do believe they were talking about cities of gold and things of that nature.
Yeah, it was all about the gold. So right after 1791, the Cherokee moved down in the South. Out of all 5 civilized tribes, the Cherokee are not from the South. They from upstate New York. They speak an Iroquois language. So if they came down, they'll be known as the Westos. They'll be Indian Raiders. But they moved after the U.S. Came into. They signed a treaty. They had already had a treaty with the Cherokee called the Treaty of Hopewell, 1783, 86, and 88. Then they came back with the Treaty of Hosting in 1791 because the Cherokee was still trading with people down in Florida. So that's what they came back. And then they had the Treaty of Tellico. After Tellico, the Cherokee government was established in 1794. Y'all can look this up. Cherokee government, 1794 to 1907. That's when Oklahoma came in the statehood. But
so who would be the Hopewell Indians that they speak of?
Hopewell was really a name that derived after the Civil War from a guy who ended up taking over the area. But that'll go back into the ancient mound builder.
The Mississippians?
Yeah, the Mississippians will come after them. And that'll be the descendants of what they call this era of Hopewell. You got the Adena culture. But you're going back into ancient time because we know that the mounds predate the pyramids.
Yes.
Yeah, but the Cherokee, real quick, the Cherokee moved down into that land because it was old ancestral territory, it was Mayan territory, and they knew the resources under there because that was the name of the game, where the resources are.
Right. Snatch the resources. All right. So I have another image right here that we have Mississippi, okay, of the tribes. As you can see, family, heavily melanated. And this is not just this ain't a typo, they be like, the people, they're dark because there's dust on the picture. No, man, let's not be retarded. This is melanated people, what they would call swarthy back in Europe. Are these depictions of the tribes accurate depictions based off of your research?
That's a fact. These would be accurate depictions. I go with that one here.
Okay.
When we go over the European, like this is high commodity over there in their museums. They kind of hide it from us over here, but a lot of these are in their museums over there.
Yes, definitely. Heavily, I went to London and I went in their museum. A lot of stolen artifacts, a lot of truth over there. And it's definitely to my understanding that a lot of the natives were shipped to the European Isles as a result of, being prisoners of war, going all the way back to King Philip's War. They had a large exodus of prisoners that they sent over right across, because the way that Connecticut and Boston and everything is lined up with Europe, it's a straight shot across. So they were shipping them both to the islands, to Dominican Republic, to what they call Hispaniola, and they were also shipping our people to Barbados,
And they were also shipping them to London and places, Liverpool and things of that nature.
Right. Watch this here, Red. What's the name of that area in Massachusetts called? What's one of the nicknames?
Massachusetts is
the Patriots.
Oh, the Patriots, right?
Now, who the Patriots are?
Mm-hmm.
New England.
New England Patriots with the football team and all of them.
So when we looking at it, it's gonna be a bloodline. So when we talking in empires, this is gonna be empires. You know, this is gonna be where the empires and the bloodlines are gonna stretch to.
Right.
The tribes, when we break it down, we never went by tribes. Tribes always been what they call Plains Indian culture, Southwest Indian culture. We went under chieftains or empires, for another word, because we went by coats of arms. That's the value of our surnames, because that's where the record keeping is kept in the surnames, and the surnames go back, you know, and that's where our stories are. And so that's why they work so hard to tell us a part of the surnames. You know, they told us the history. You feel me? We didn't have you know, our last name was given us by someone. These are the reasons why they want to disconnect us from our royalty and our inheritances, because a lot of us, the story is about us. You feel me? And to connect us from where we are in the story is what's to cut us off from the name.
So you're saying that if I have a surname, it's assumed that, you know, I'm a part of a bloodline, that information was passed down to me from mouth to ear that pertains to my bloodline, and it pertains to the history that my family would have that's specific to them. So if you were to go somewhere and you mention your name or your surname, it's assumed, okay, this person has he has the knowledge, he has the data, he has the history, he has the pedigree of his people.
Facts. Well, I don't think they're assuming. Back in the past, it went that way. If we remember, you know, our grandparents, you address them by what? By their first and last name, or you address the families by their surnames, and in our communities. And so that's because, you know, in the front they'll put a sign, the Johnsons live here, so on and so forth. So when we go back to plantations, these plantations were they weren't named after businesses or companies, they were named after surnames.
Right.
And so through the story, they tell us that we were given our surnames by slave owners. But when we look into the records, the slave owner is really going to be your grandfather or head of household, family member. You feel me? And, you know, due to how the laws were back then, them not letting American Indians or having the status for them in the jurisdiction of the newly U.S. And even before then, in the colonies, when they had the Continental Congress, or what they were doing down in Massachusetts, or their political system in Virginia. Yeah.
Okay. This next clip, this is my good brother Talik Heru right here with him and his beautiful daughters. One of the reasons why I wanted y'all to see this is because of the phenotype. Even when we look at our good brother Topcatz and his phenotype, when you begin to look at the artwork of our ancestors, the hidden artwork, right, the depictions of us before they whitewashed us and things of that nature, you'll begin to realize throughout the years, even with all of the mixing of bloodlines that we've been going through and whatnot, we haven't changed very much, okay? We are who we was before we got here. So not much has changed phenotypically, okay? So I want y'all to realize that when you see these images of us, both modern and ancient, these are the same people, okay? These are the same people.
Yeah, and let me veg you back on that.
Yes.
That's why I always be asking about your last name and stuff, how we might be having some connections, because me and Topcatz family got our chieftains got got connections in Liberty, Texas. You know what I'm saying? And I found out some of our people was doing a lot of, working together against a lot of different colonizers and stuff like that. Like one of my Smith lines goes to Liberty, Texas, and Mouse Bluff. We the Panther Band of the Attack upon Eshak, which spread all the way out to St. Martinsville, Louisiana. And we've been dated back like over 14,000 years, Southeast Texas, Louisiana. We still had the same green corn ceremony that the Olmecs celebrated. We still had a red okra ceremony that the Olmecs, did the same, the same ceremonies.
Yes.
But the word jambalaya is actually a Takapar Ishak word. You know what I'm saying? Something I cook every day. But yeah, man, this the bloodlines is still here. Like, you know what I'm saying? How I cracked a lot of this stuff that's doing the genealogy. My old lady. You know what I'm saying? And my immediate homeboys and family. You know what I'm saying? I just found that like my cousin's baby dad is Napoleon's fourth great grandson. You know what I'm saying? I think I sent you a picture of Napoleon too.
Man, I got so much history on Napoleon.
Yeah, man, the truth is
Y'all
plain in the
already
picture,
know
especially
that.
when it's your
That's
story.
how we coming. I got so much information.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Napoleon definitely was a person of color. His brother Joseph, I also got them in my line too. Philadelphia, a lot of their history. They got South Side Philadelphia. They got a historical marker of Joseph Bonaparte. That's gonna be Napoleon's brother. And really, how the war ended up starting off, because in 1808, Napoleon won the war with the Spanish against Charles, and he ended up putting his brother Joseph on the throne. So that's gonna split, and that's what's gonna cause the build up what came to the Mexican Revolution at the end of in the 1820s. But then that's why in that war, in the Mexican Revolution, it was more people that looked like us died in it.
Right.
They even tell you that on Wikipedia, that most people that died in because those people, this story is about us.
Right. So here we have different depictions of melanated people in different areas all across the Americas. Okay. So we have on the East Coast, we have tribes on the West Coast, we have the Midwest, we have down South. And if you can see the images, it's pretty much the same type of people. Okay. Heavily melanated, copper tone complexion, empires of our people. Even in this image right here with the ancient Aztecs, you can see who they are depicting. Right? This does not look like my dude in them from Mexico that we identify with as the modern day Mexican. And if you go to Mexico and sit down with them and have a thoughtful conversation, they would even reveal that to you. They don't hold back on giving you the information. At least for me when I went down there.
Man, Topcatz got some dope for you on that one, man. Go on, drop it, man.
Okay.
Out there, man.
Do you want to share your screen top? Because I ain't
on that laptop, but I went down to Mexico City to the Anthropology Museum. That's where all of the information on what they consider Mesoamerica coming from.
Yes.
And inside there, the depictions of the Aztec all look like this picture that you have up right here. And that's one that's you can't, it's nothing to talk about. When we go down there to the source, it's so real that they couldn't even hide it. Yeah, so they had the codexes up, and all of the people on there look like this picture right here.
Right. Definitely. Let us continue to go through these pictures. I have a lot of them right now. So there's a conversation about Black slave owners or melanated slave owners, or our role in what they call chattel slavery or indentured servitude. Could we go a little bit into that? That's a area that causes a lot of contention and utter confusion amongst the people who, because of the social engineering, they could never perceive a melanated person in the role of a slave master. So can we just give a breakdown as to what we know slavery to be back then versus what the propaganda or what the depictions of Alex Haley and other people's version of slavery is?
Well, yeah, Well, we'll start off here with this book you have up, Black Slave Owners, Free Black Slave Masters, South Carolina. But I think the point was told us on the race bait. White people don't like you because of your skin, or it put the black people in an inferior position. When we're talking about the 13 colonies, the 13 colonies were built off of what we call Black European kings. So before we get to the slave owning part, real quick, we have to acknowledge who the king is. Right. Because the purporters are the people who are going to found the colonies. And then we're going to see migrations of Europeans coming to these different colonies, such as Virginia, under the Virginia Company of London, who was owned by King James. King James, who was a melanated man. King James had a son named King Charles I, who also is depicted as a melanated man. He lost the wars, what they call the English Civil War. His son, King Charles II, you just brought up Charlestown, South Carolina, is named after him, and also Charlestown in Boston, Massachusetts. You had Charles Street, the Charles River, and they were Catholics. You feel me? They defended the Catholic faith, but the defenders of them were known as the Jacobites. And so these black men are going to establish what is called the 13 colonies. So the slave owners, no, they still had to pay taxes to the king. So before we even get to the slave owning part, we're going to acknowledge that the kings were people of color. Then when we get to the slave owner part, when we go into the records, they have what's called slave schedules. Since 1790, they've been creating censuses here. And so they have actual slave records where we can go to. I want to share my screen real quick.
Yes, let me
on this, but
yes, sir.
I want to show you something real quick. Hold up.
Yeah, we playing ping pong. So anytime you want to throw your screen up, just go ahead. We're gonna go back and forth with it.
I bet.
We're gonna go band for band.
All right, so we're gonna right here. We're gonna come to the census. Now we want to get. Now this is a slave schedule, slave inhabitants right here.
Right, they're like a report card.
Legendary and this is in 1850. Right, pull over to so this is the time where they say all of us are supposedly
right.
So when we go through here, right here is the number of slaves. If we notice, it has a 1 all the way down. So these people gonna have a number of slaves. The color of the slave master is right here. You see a B, M is for mulatto. That's just mixed person.
Right.
But the slave owners all have B's by their name. Hold up, I'm gonna go up. We're gonna come over to a different one. Now let's come over here. Same thing. When we look at the color of the slave master, you have B's and M's all the way down. Now we're gonna go to Indian Territory. This is Mississippi, 1850. Now these are places where they're telling us all these white folks got us all enslaved and all of this. But again, when we look on here, all of the slave masters have B's next to their name. Let me come down here where they have the names there. Right here, this is in Virginia, 1850s. And you have I's and M's right here. Indians
and mix.
Indians and mix, correct. But the Indians are going to be classified as Negroes. So that's another one that I have to show you. But one of the things I want to show is right here we have Fred Gobert. This is 1860. The number of people we have enslaved is 3. Now, what's interesting about this here, this is going to be his family who's actually enslaved. And when we go over here, it's going to have I's, Indians, and M's on it. Fred is a Choctaw Indian. So this is going to come out for their roles. So the point I wanted to show is there's a way to find out, you feel me, instead of them just giving us a story and then we haven't even went back and did our research and did our due diligence to check and see.
Right.
As far as we going into any slave records, we're gonna find, we can find out what color the slave master was, and what we're finding out is that we have a misunderstanding on what slavery was because these are actually our families in a lot of these cases.
So what's the story where we hear about indentured servants, right? And it's to my understanding that these indentured servants that we've heard about in the Americas were European men and women and whatnot. And also, when they speak about the Civil War and those slaves who were fighting for their freedom and whatnot, those were depicted as melanated people who were slaves. But due to research that I've been doing, there was a group of Europeans who were called, I forgot the name. I think they were called Banshees. They were the ones who were barefoot and they had like matted hair, and you know, they were the ones running through and basically, you know, screaming like banshees. That was their war cry and whatnot. And it was said that these were the indentured servants of Irish descent, right? And some of them were also of Sephardic descent, Jewish descent as well. Do you have any information about that?
All right, so in 1603, King James gonna unite the crown. He's gonna become the king of England, Scotland, and Ireland. March 14, 1607, they're gonna come to Virginia. Establish their 1619, they'll establish their colony. From there, they'll start to bring over indentured servants. And the indentured servants will be Scots and Irish. And we know that because we had, they did well on record keeping in this. And so they built colonies. So like, as you spoke of earlier, Barbados, 1627, they got Carlisle. He ended up getting the charter from Charles I, and they went to Barbados. This is for the British. So they're going to be in Virginia, Barbados, Penn, and Barnabas. They're going to get the Spanish. They're going to defeat the Spanish to get into Jamaica. And now British has a post in Jamaica. You spoke about Port Royal earlier. And so now they have South Carolina, 1670, which they're going to get Port Royal down there. And then they're going to name Charlestown after Charleston. Right. So these indentured servants, Scottish and Irish, was coming there because they were having wars in Europe at this time. As I spoke of earlier, you had what's called the civil wars of Europe. It was three, or what they call the War of Three Kingdoms.
Yes.
After that, that'll lead to these indentured servants coming. Also, you had the Jews and the Moors are going to be expelled. When they expelled, in order for them, Charleston became a Protestant state.
Right.
So they allowed you in as long as you wasn't Catholic. So a lot of Sephardic Jews who left the Iberian Peninsula found shelter there, and they started coming in 1681, and under the title of Huguenot. You can find them under Huguenot. I just left Charleston 2 weeks ago. I stopped by the Huguenot church that is still active today. A lot of them are going to play a role in the Revolutionary War, but they'll fight on the side of the British.
Right.
You had the upper colonies where the U.S. Started to be formed through them confederates. They'll actually be the ones that's bringing over the indentured servants, but they did have a lot of Irish come there to Virginia and the Massachusetts charter. Yeah. And then indentured servant went on all the way into the Bacon's Rebellion in Virginia. Right.
Okay. The slide that I have up here, these two books are very interesting reads. The Slavs and the Slave Trade and Asian Slaves in Colonial Mexico. Can we speak on that? And I also want to do a little bit of unpacking about the French Huguenots and the Black Jacobites for the family and how they become the Creole and things of that nature, and what role do they play in French and New Orleans, Louisiana, American history.
Okay, bet. Let me, all right, we're gonna ping pong. I'm gonna come up.
Okay.
All right, so Asian Slaves in Colonial Mexico is a book by a lady named Tatiana Salih, who come out of University of Miami, I think it was. And it's talking about Asians becoming slaves in Mexico. And so they had a word for it called chinos, or known as Sangli. These Sangli people are gonna be in Philippines. So you had a trade, again, we're speaking about empires. Yucatan had an empire, Polynesian, Philippines, in these different areas. Well, the Spanish is gonna hijack it. It's called the Manila Galleon. And right here in 1587, you're gonna get the landing of the Filipinos and the Spanish. They're gonna build a colony called Morro and Morro Bay in California. I'm sorry. So the trade that happened is called the Manila Galleon. So this Manila Galleon, they're gonna end up enslaving the indigenous people of the Philippines. So right here, you have the Luzon, who will be this Asian. If you see the baby right here,
Right, Asiatic.
Asian mix, correct. So on the right, you'll see the indigenous population. Well, the mix was because there you had the Chinese. The Chinese were trading there before the Spanish got there. So you had what's called a Chinese mestizo, my bad. So when you see this depiction of them who became, they built class systems, and the lighter you were, the more Chinese blood, the Asian blood you actually had, they put the indigenous Filipinos. So that's called Chinese mestizos. Right here, it'll tell us that from the beginning of Spanish occupation, 1740, they started classifying them into different class systems, and we'll see them put them at the bottom. Now, these are what they call Sangli. Today, we'll call them Mexicans. Right. Yeah, they look like Mexicans today. And even the culture right here with their cultural dresses, we still do see them at their celebrations like this. Well, this is actually a China poblano, which has nothing to do with China, but this is a tradition that comes from the slaves brought over from the Philippines. So when we see them today, this lady right here will look like a Mexican or Hispanic today. Should actually be what's called a Chino slave. So these are the descendants of them. And right here, that's the source right here. And in Mexico, it's under the law, they became Indians. Becoming indigenous vassals of the Spanish crown, then Chino, they could no longer be held as slaves, and then in this book talk about the journey that they took from the slave market in Manila to the streets of Mexico City.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
And in 1898, you had what's called the Spanish War. It ended in 1902. You had Howard Taft, 27th president. He was over there. He ended up, after the war, they started actually bringing over Filipinos here. And in 1922, that was the first time they offered people that would come to be known as Native Americans, they offered them citizenship into the U.S. 1922 was the first time. But these Filipinos who was brought over in 1902, they would also fall under that category with the Pacific Islanders and so on and so forth. Later in the 60s when they get to turn Native American.
Okay, interesting. Let's go back to some of these images real quick. I'm gonna run through some of these images and we'll talk about that. Talik, and I'm gonna get to you with this Huguenot talk because you were one of my teachers about the whole Huguenot thing and the Cajuns, and it blew my mind. So I want to build with you on that. These are some images, family, once again, of the Aztecs, the Incas and whatnot, the Mayans, just to give you some correlation to what it is that we're talking about. Of course, you can see the phenotypes of our people with some of the Olmec artifacts and whatnot. Yeah, heavily melanated.
Hold on, right here, Red. I don't mean to break your will.
Okay.
Go back to that picture you just on.
Yes.
The one after this one.
This one?
Now go back right here. So yes. The one on the left, this the picture that I was saying I seen in the Anthropology Museum in Mexico City. This it right here.
Okay, with the leopard.
Yeah, with the leopard, and it ain't no denying it. Yeah, that's a primary.
Yeah. My boy is dripping. And as you can see, here are some images of our family, different phenotypes, of course. But as you can see, when they have these images corresponding to their tribes and whatnot, you can see the phenotypical similarities of people of today. Okay. So can we speak to how did the whitewashed image of the quote unquote Mexican looking Indian come about? And how did they manage to completely remove our images from, you know, when it comes to when you hear the word Iroquois or Chickasaw, you don't think about us. You don't even have an image of us in our head. You're thinking about the Tonto Indian, or what they would call the quote unquote, the low plain Indian.
Right. All right, we're gonna ping pong real quick.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna come over here. So, like I said before, 1922, before they offered citizenship to them, they were known as Plain Indians. Plain Indians, they lived in Canadian prairies, Native American tribes, First Nation Band government, and they lived on the interior or the Great Plains. Now, right here, what happened was that the government and military forces of Canada and the United States have made Plains Indians culture, groups, and archetype in literature and in art for Native Americans everywhere.
Yes, they have.
So that's what happened this was by design. You know what I mean? This was by design. And so, yeah, from Canada to the United States government, notice it said government, they have made this the poster child, you know, in art and literature, you know what I mean, everywhere for all people that would be classified under the Native American, Indian, First Nation, Aboriginal, or whatever you want to turn you about.
So it's instead of a whitewash, it's a red wash.
Right, it's propaganda. Yeah.
Okay, so this right here is very interesting, because it's a quagmire. You know what I mean? It's an endless rabbit hole when we talk about the DNA test, the erroneousness behind the DNA test, how they've been kind of like sending our people in circles over these years with the 1, 2, 3 and me and you, in fact, whatever those things are, ancestry.com and whatnot. Could we speak about what is the differences between the genealogy test and the DNA test, and what is it that you've done in your quest to find your history through the genealogy test, and also how to spot the fake, how to spot these different ones that are basically lying and not being upright with their research?
Well, first off, I'll say this here: the difference between genealogy and the DNA test is one is coming from. So the topic at hand is the question is us in search of ourselves, who we are. Will be the whole purpose of us even looking into these things. Who we are, which one gonna answer the question? Well, with the DNA test, we're asking someone who know nothing about us. With the genealogy is more oral history, which comes from the family.
Right.
Your family will tell you who you are. Basically, at the age of around the age of understanding, a lot of us were told, you know what I mean, who we were, whether we took it in or if we just heard it and kept moving through life. And one day, we were on that frequency and it came back to us or something, or brought us this age of awakening that's here today. You know what I mean? A lot of people are hearing these things and remembering those conversations. But
right,
with the genealogy, basically, you have a parent, you have two parents who have parents. So basically, we're gonna go back as far as we can to discover who was, who's the next parent, and in that, while we're looking for that, we'll find ourselves. But through the DNA test, even with the Rick Kittle situation, this is something called science they brought. So in '87, they came with the Eve mitochondrial DNA, the Eve gene, and
Right.
out of Africa theory sprung out of that. Well, then they came back in 1990 with something called the Human Genome Project. And 1991 in New York, they were building the government building, the story go, and underneath it, they ran into a burial ground where they had the ground tested, and it ended up being American Indian and European bones found there. Well, they had a new program at Howard University going on, so they paid $24 million. It was a $24 million program for Howard University to investigate it. Now they said because they directly targeted our people with this test, because they said that it was activists there, black activists, saying that it needed to be black people studying these bones that were found there. So they went to Howard University, $24 million project, and one of the genetics on the team was Rick Kittles. Another guy was Michael Blakey, who ended up writing about it and talking about it, and he's gonna let you know that Rick Kittles actually ended up joining the program with the government to actually start it. So it wasn't black owned. It was directly and intentionally for us, but they targeted us through their program with Howard University. Y'all can look that up. And out of it came what's called the African, it's an African museum down there with the Sankofa on it, and I can't think of the name of it, but they ended up building a museum down there, African museum down there after it. You know, and
Where was this again? I'm sorry.
It's in New York. It's the Sankofa, the African burial ground. My bad. It's called
right there by downtown.
Right.
But they also have the Native American Museum in that area as well.
Yeah, but they're not gonna give us no history on us. With the African burial ground, they had to step away from calling it a Sankofa because they centerpiece was a Sankofa on there. They said they found coffins facing the east, and that the people had waistbands, and these were signs of African culture. Well, then they went back and found out that the Sankofa wasn't even around at the time of that this burial would have happened, and so now the museum has stepped away from calling it a Sankofa.
Right. Interesting.
So it's another way of them directly trying to put an African story on top of the indigenous story, instead of just telling the real story. This was us here.
When people hear the word Mississippi, right? Because of the lies that we've been told, because of the quote unquote falsehoods that we've been fed and whatnot, it doesn't evoke enough memory in the minds of someone, let's say from up north or across the pond or wherever. They don't understand what that means. So when they hear the term Mississippian culture or the Mississippi mound builders, they can't necessarily draw an image or a picture or a point of reference. Do you have any information about the Mississippians, why Mississippi is so important, and why it always comes up when we're talking about ancient Aboriginal indigenous history?
Mississippi is the big mama of America. Mississippi is big mama. First off, you can go right through the heart of what is U.S. today. You can go all the way up to Canada. It'll drop you off in the Gulf. So you got access for as commercial trade. You got access through a lot of different routes. We know water in these areas. You're gonna eat. You're gonna have the necessities of life. And then on top of that, they just so happen to be standing on some of the most fertile soil on this planet, period. They have dirt in the ground where you can't get nowhere else on this planet. And so that's why the wealth gap was so far away from those in the north and those in the south.
Right.
Mainly because of what came from the soil there. And through the Mississippi, the way that we see them is the culture. The culture, we still, what they call country culture. Yeah, they country down there. Well, that's Mississippian culture. We country. Beans and rice, and cornbread, the what they call soul food. That'll be considered Southeastern Indians. soul food to fall under what is called Southeastern Indian cuisine. Sports, you know what I mean? They had ancient sports back then. A lot of these type of things, the fishermen, and but the culture really stands today. What we see the South is today for us culturally, that's the culture of the Mississippians. That's the same culture that we still living in. It's fading away now. You know, a lot of things getting watered down. A lot of the elders are moving on, but that era when we were young,
right?
We watched our grandparents, and you know, yeah, that was the real way. That was the real way. But that was the Mississippi culture. What made the South great? What made them? Yeah.
Okay. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. When you see these two images, my good brother, what type of memories did this invoke to you?
Oh man, knowledge of self.
Okay.
Knowledge of self. You know, what they call the old way, or what they like to say, the good old days.
Good old days, right?
Yeah.
Ancient way. No doubt. All right. Once again, family, just showing y'all ancient artwork, depictions of our people that you may have never seen before. Just dispelling a lot of the post-Hollywood, post-Disney, post-fabricated images and motifs of who our people are, based off of the whitewashing, or what somebody called earlier the rice washing of history. Okay. Could we talk about some of the rebellions and some of the quote unquote wars that took place and the battles that took place that ultimately changed the trajectory of these empires in the Americas?
Yeah, we'll get one of the most famous ones. So I know a lot of people familiar with the 1740 Negro Act. Well,
yes.
The 1740 Negro Act, it came about because in 1739 there was a war. Well, hold on, let me walk it down. So 1601, 1603, you get the Queen Anne War. I'm sorry, 1701, 1703, you get the Queen Anne one.
Queen Anne?
Yeah, Queen Anne, she gonna be so we have King James, he gonna be the grandfather. His grandsons are Charles II, the Black Boy King. If y'all get a chance, look that up. Charles II, the Black Boy King, that's who Charleston, South Carolina named after. Well, his brother, James Duke of York, had two daughters. So he had, one of his daughters was Anne. So after he was put off the throne, his cousin, William of Orange, came in, which was a Protestant, following that, that Huguenot line on that side from the French. And once they took power, his daughters, you had the Queen, that was Anne. So you had the Queen Anne Wars, but they were trying to get Port Royal and trying to block that trade down in Florida. But 1711, 1713, you get the Tuscarora War. That's what's going to split North Carolina and South Carolina. You're going to get the Yamasee War out there, 1715, 1717. Now, while they was fighting that war, the Jacobites, defenders of the Stuarts, were also fighting the war at that time, too. And a lot of them were coming and into serving the POWs. But in 1739, you got a rebellion called the Stono Rebellion, because you had a group of Indians there called the Stonos. So if we look on the old maps, let me see if I can get a PowerPoint up. But yeah, fast enough.
Okay.
You know what? I might. I might not gonna know that. These wildlife territory. All right, yeah. So you had a people called the Stono Indians.
Yes.
In this, and they operated around the Charleston territory. So you had a group of Barbadians came called the Goose Creek Men. The Goose Creek Men, once they came down, they were warned with these particular people. They're going to unite with the Yamasee and go and start cleaning that area out during the domestic slave trade. But it was a guy, they called him Jeremy, but really was the Stono Indians who rebelled, and that was a bloody fight. That's what led to what became known as the 1740 Negro Act, where they had to put sanctions on the Indians and all people of color in that area who, unless you, But that was one of the largest ones. You had the 1590 Wale revolt down in Florida.
Right.
The Wale Indians,
And of course, the Seminole Wars 1, 2, and 3.
Well, that'll be the well, you want to bet on the Seminole War? I got some pulled up on that.
Okay.
Pulled up on the Seminoles. So I wouldn't even really call it a war. I call it a this was when everything changed. The military of the United States is gonna come directly from these people who are called Seminoles. The Civil War was fought over Indian territory. All right, we're gonna ping pong real quick. I'll run through the Seminoles real quick.
Okay.
Now the Seminoles, it'll start with what's called U.S. expansion. The U.S. started out 13 colonies. 1790, after they get their constitution, they want to move into the South. So they start what's called the civilization plan. This is where you get your 5 civilized tribes. So they sent out what's called Indian agents to the Southeast to negotiate with different Indian nations to bring them into this new play that they have going. Well, some chose, some didn't. Consequence, we'll see civil wars break out between the Cherokees and these other fractions down there like the Creeks. So 1811, the Creeks are going to a civil war, and then they have a war better known as the Red Stick Wars. So that'll fall into the Battle of 1812. Now, you have the Battle of Fort Bend, then you have the Battle of Fort Mims, which will win. Then the Creeks will win. The Muskogee, then you'll have Horseshoe Bend and hey, y'all, get the likes up, family. Get the likes up. Support the show. Hit the super chat. Them hoes handling me on my cash app again. So put it in the super chat. Let it work. In 1815, you'll have the Battle of Fort Jackson. After they lose Fort Jackson, they go to Florida. 1816, now they known as the Seminoles. After they allied in Florida, and that's gonna start what would have become known as the Seminole War. I got a few slides I can run through there.
Okay, yeah, pull that up. You said you don't identify it as a war. What would you say it was more of?
Canelo, when Canelo Alvarez fought Floyd Mayweather.
Right.
It was they schooled them. They had already always been the most dangerous. You can see me, I'm up.
Not yet.
Okay.
All right, there you
go. Okay, all right, good. So the Civil War, they'll date the Seminole War from 1816 to 1858. But really the Seminole War didn't stop until after the Civil War. They fought. The Civil War mainly was focused on Indian territory. So the Cherokee, when the U.S. first came about, the Cherokee, the Creek, and the Choctaw signed treaties with them called the Treaty of Hopewell. So they came under the jurisdiction of the U.S.
Right.
Well, they started building the Confederate States, which also was melanated people, right? So they started building the Confederate States, and Albert Pike is going to take them out of the jurisdiction of the U.S. and bring them in the jurisdiction of the Confederate. That's how you're going to get some Indians or mixed race Indians fighting on that side. One of the famous ones would be this guy right here, Stan Wadey. Now, Stan Wadey come from the family of the Ridge fraction, or known as the Treaty Signers. They signed the Treaty of Etowah, and this is the Treaty of it'll come to me, but it got his daddy killed, his brother killed, and his cousin John killed.
Damn.
He was the only one that survived the war. Oh, they was banging like Crips and Bloods back then.
Yeah, they were spinning.
The war in what's called Indian Territory. So this is the last general of the Confederate to surrender.
Right.
Now, Lincoln put out a plan called the United States and they end up letting niggas fight letting our people fight in the war. Because before then they were considered contraband. When Lincoln let them in, they became the United States Colored Troops. So after this war, after they defeat the last general of the Confederate, now we win the war. So it's the treaty called the Treaty of 1866, which is real important because right now they're going back and forth. Oklahoma is going back and forth to Washington, trying to get it overturned because in 1941, somebody signed a paper and said you kick the Negroes out of the tribe. But what happened was the Native Americans wasn't present there. And in the treaty, it says that no man can ever come back and make a law to overchange this. So it was a lot of things that we were supposed to get out of that. Now, after the war, during the war, the United States was banging against what's called the Plain Indians, where they came and got these guys right here called the Seminole Indians, these people they just went to war with.
Right.
8 generals fought against the Seminole Indians, all of them defeated. Now they came and ended up getting what's called the Seminole Scouts who came to Texas, guarded the borders of Nacimiento, Texas, and you had them in Brackettville, Texas, and you had a guy named John Horace. We know John Horace. He ended up going to a place called Coahuila, Texas.
Right.
Now, this is Coahuila back in 1900. Red.
Damn, they chilling. What they on?
This Mexico I think it's 1901. This picture.
Melanated like that.
This Mexico. This
Wow.
where the Seminoles were down there. So this is the predecessors to the Buffalo Soldiers. So this is John Horace's grandson, John Jefferson. He is a Buffalo Soldier. So before the Buffalo Soldiers, the predecessors to them were the Seminole Indians. The United States came and got the Seminole Indians to fight against these people who are now the Plain Indians because they wanted to expand the U.S. into Western territories such as, Arizona, Colorado, Oregon, California. And so they couldn't whoop them. So they came to get us to whoop them.
Right.
And we ended up fighting them for 25 years. This was the greatness of us. We fought them for 25 years. And this is the real beef with Native Americans and us, because during this 25-year war, this is how they ended up on reservations.
Yeah. Henceforth, the Mexican beef with our people all across the West.
There you go.
Based off of what they said is the betrayal.
Right. So it wasn't even a betrayal because they were on the other side. They felt as though we sided with the U.S. and we just fought the U.S.
That's what I'm saying. They felt betrayed.
Right. It should be an enemy to them too, because down in the Southwest regions, or what they call the West, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, these areas, it was trading with these people. You know what I mean? So some people were coming, but when you got Indians coming out of Missouri, Florida, Alabama, they don't know them. You feel me? And so we were the best of the best, and the U.S. came and got us, and we fought them for 25 years. And you see, like here, the Treaty of Fort Laramie. These people right here were taken in the Battle Valley. They were starving to death. We had to feed them up there. But this is how they ended up in boarding schools. And for this, the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, they put up a 2,000-pound bronze statue to honor soldiers who taught horsemanship to white cadets for 114 years. So the military that they got from the Southeastern Indians, that the fighting style is the U.S. military. You feel me? Yeah,
right. It's what birth.
They said they felt like Panthers, right?
Yeah, the military genius that comes from the Southeast Indians is the military genius of the United States, and they use the Buffalo Soldiers to go to Cuba, Philippines, the Spanish, and they're in Ukraine today, they're in Afghanistan today. The same genius they used, they went and took over the world. Rami.
Hey, but those Chino Indians did fight against a lot of the Indians in the early, I found out in the early 1700s with the Spanish. I've seen some records.
Well, we fought them in 1898. The Buffalo Soldiers went to the Philippines. Now they had Muslims there called Moros in the Philippines. So some of the Buffalo Soldiers left, weren't popular for leaving and going to fight on side of the Philippines because these were the melanated Philippines, of course. But the one, his name is David Fagan. He went and fought on that side, and lived in the mountains, was a polygamist, little bit old man there. They treated him like a king. The U.S. put bounties on his head, but we fought him again in
shout out to
98
to I'm gonna pull this picture up right here. It says the three most dangerous men, and we're talking about Plecker.
Okay, I got some Will.
We're talking about Melville,
ooh, they thick out there.
Hershkovitz, and
Alice
Alice
they thick in Fayetteville.
Hedrika.
You made me lose my.
Can we build on how these are the three most dangerous men and what do they mean?
That nigga said Fayetteville, North Carolina. Nigga, I done drop my drink. God damn, thick. Down in the country, that's where they at. What that nigga say on that song? I never thought that I would see. Yeah, that nigga way back in them woods. Oh man, I saw something that made me. I like them girls and them guy girls. I like them girls with them daisy dudes. I like them girls with them cowboys. Down in the country, that's where it is.
To the to our history.
Don't be a country girl. Yeah, whenever a lot of these fields were created to give the authority. That's what it is. You know what I mean? To take authority out of our hands. So, and they'll be backed by institutions such as Smithsonian, Royal Society, Royal Geographic Society, different. But as we see with Elise here and him being the authority of making, help making the Mongoloid or the Plain Indian
the face
correct,
right?
And
rice washing us.
With Plecker, a lot of people familiar with him being, also a eugenicist, and
Plecker's the one that changed the status.
Yeah, with the vital statistics, he went back and targeted families and changed their statuses. Because then that's the same year that the Race Integrity Act came, which people were part of some people who also was working with Marcus Garvey at that time. A guy by the name of he wrote a book called White America, and he spoke about repatriating Africa and that white people couldn't live in the same country as Negroes, and he looking to build a messiah to take people back to the promised land. And Garvey was his guy, and that's his name would come to me. But Melville Herkovitz created African studies. They don't have eugenicists up there for him, but he came in 1923. He was funded by a sister branch of eugenics. At that time, they weren't really focused on things he was interested in. He was more so following like Samuel Morton, who came out with the skulls and the scientific racism for that. Well, he was in the measure of Negro skulls and all of these type of things. So his big homie was a guy named Franz Boas. So finally, they're gonna, get a little funding, and he was going around to different schools to prove that he's the first person that's gonna say Negroes have a culture. They're not savages. They have a culture, and their culture is in Africa. It wasn't a melanated man. It was never a black scholar ever came and brought that to us. Melville Herkovitz is the first person that came and told black people in America that they had a culture and that their culture was in Africa. And so through the years, he started to prove this. One of the ways he was in Harlem, he was brought there by a lady named Zora Neale Hurston. Zora Neale Hurston also worked on the Franz Boas as well. Well, they got there and they were measuring skulls. They wanted to see if one parent was light skinned, one parent was dark skinned, and he actually, they wanted to see what percentage of Indian that they had. Well, in my book, I'm Not Black, I'm Indian, the Miseducation of Black American. I speak about how he did his test, which said, I think it was over like 60% said that they were African in his test. Well, they told him that he needed to go down to the South. Friends Boaz told him he needed to go down to the South and do testing. So they went to Tougaloo University down there, and they did that test, and it came out about, I think 80% of the people said that they had Indian heritage, and then they proved it through family Bibles and oral traditions, oral stories. And so this is something real. And he wrote a book called The Heart of Blackness. I think it was The Heart of Blackness or something like that. But he started what's called African Studies here. And we familiar with a guy by the name of John Henry Clark. Well, John Henry Clark is going to work under Melville Herkovitz. He's going to start a sister company called the African Heritage Heritage Studies.
Yikes.
Leonard Jeffries and another guy in 1969. And in the New York Times, he said he's not gonna follow Pan-Africans before him, like Garvey and others who want to take the people physically from the US to Africa when they had so much invested here. So his job now is to take the person to Africa in spirit. So he wanted to keep you here in America and mentally take you to Africa or be African. 1969, New York Times, John Henry Clark. But he worked directly under Melville Herkovitz because at that time, all the information was coming out through the African Studies, which anything, he had to stamp everything that came out. Well, they came in California during the student movements, they bust in and said, a quote unquote black caucus said they wanted to tell their own story. Well, John Henry Clark was one of those black members out of the caucus that actually sat on the board with them. Yeah, and so that's how he became more, a powerful tool because he was working side by side with powerful men. Shout out Jay Sky Blue.
Oh,
But John Henry Clark himself said that his parents, had American Indian heritage. Runoko Rashidi said he grew up thinking he was Cherokee because his parents told him that when he got older, he found out he was African. John Henry Clark co-founder was Dr. What's his name? I got his face in my head. I'll come back to him, but Dr. Kaba, he said that on his mother and his father's side, I think his dad's side has 3. Dad was out of Alabama Indians. Leonard Jeffries, I'm sorry, that's his name. He helped found that with John Henry Clark. But Leonard Jeffries spoke about having Powhatan ancestry and that his grandfather didn't want a Christian burial, he wanted an Indian burial. Professor James Smiles spoke about sweeping the mounds, the graveyards, his family on their lands in South Carolina, and his family of Takora Indians. So a lot of these greats that
Dr. Bennett Moore
brought us, African history or untold African history, actually, we could have been, learning a lot about, we would have been a lot further, you know what I'm saying, with an understanding of the America because they were brilliant minds. And if we could have, got the best out of them, of the Americas at that time, but, things happen for a reason,
Right, for sure.
What you think about that though, Red? That that they can, is it just the times that it was in, people, I don't know, is it just a awakening? Is it, because I remember back in the past, you and Blue was real big on 2020 coming. Like for a long time. Y'all was waiting on 2020, that 2020 vision. So
yeah, and then 2020 came, and as you can see, that was the Great Awakening. Because people have, when you speak to everybody, especially a large contingency of this new student body that we have, they don't say, yo, in 2017, we was tapped in. No, they like, yo, during COVID in 2020, I got my awakening. Shit turned on for me.
That's when I started. That's when I started.
When?
That's how I knew I am. 2020, I was in Dubai.
You another one?
Yeah, I come out of the 2020 portal.
Yo, that portal was crazy, bro. It's hard to find people from before that portal. Like there's so many new people from that 2020 portal that it's like, yo, a whole new world was opened up. You know what I mean? Look at the CMOS run. You know what I mean?
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, see, my run was crazy.
Blue just was waiting on that 2020. Like,
man,
you know,
was we ever?
Yeah.
Hey, Top, they used to let me come do my Indian spiel too, man. They used to let me build back in the gap. You know what I'm saying? So now I just love it's all coming full circle right now. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely coming.
And, so
that loving the scholarship, man.
You read my mind, Talik. I was about to say, because we got a lot of family in the chat right now. We about 400 deep. I want to take some questions from the chat. I don't want to leave them out of this conversation. I want everybody to feel included and whatnot. So for the chat room, we're going to take about 3 to 4 questions. And, you know, this is going to be a part 2. I got to bring Blue Pill on board. You know, this is a preliminary introduction to the platform. This is basically just to let everybody, you know, become familiar with the research and the level of studying and whatnot. But we're definitely going to do a follow-up very, very soon.
Yeah,
let's go into the audience though and get a few questions. So we can get some answers, because I'm sure there's some people out there that are, you know, they got some questions that are burning them up that they definitely need some answers for.
We stepping on. Y'all don't forget to hit the like button either, man. Tap that like button.
Oh, tap the like button. Yeah, share the video, tap the like button, and comment.
Man, let that
Please
Jack
comment.
cage,
You know what I mean,
man.
let your mind, you know,
wrong.
Speak your mind. Do you have any info on the Alabama peoples?
Yeah, you know, my nation actually come from Alabama. We migrated here to Texas. Yeah, the Alabama Indians, you know, that started in 1540 with the Muskogee Confederation coming about when the Spanish came through DeSoto, Fort DeSoto. And a lot of them ended up coming together and building something called the Muskogee Confederation. And
right.
Yeah, if you're familiar with the Battle of Mobile, Tuscaloosa, you know, melanated chief, end up defeating DeSoto, and then the Chickasaw end up finishing them off.
Okay. Somebody said, why do they hate the red man from the land so badly? Who's why? I mean, who's they? But I'm assuming he's speaking about the Europeans. Why do they hate the red man from the land so badly?
We the red man.
Nah, I turn up to
Yeah. We the red man. You red.
We the red man.
We the red man.
We turn red under the sun, y'all. We have copper. You know, the copper rises. We have a red tone to our melanin. If anybody that was unfamiliar who the red man was, that would be.
Three of us can turn our camera on and we'll
feel me? All 3 of us, we the red man. So, you know, to me, I can answer that question. I don't feel that they hate the red man. If you stole somebody's material, resource-rich land, and it was on some paperwork and it was faulty, you know, you wouldn't hate these people. You would be more in fear of them because you're standing on the land that you stole. It's as simple as that, you know. It's more of a fear factor than anything. They can't sleep good at night knowing what's going down and knowing that these lies are being uncovered. We could sleep easy at night knowing that we are getting closer to the truth day by day.
Boy, man, that's right.
Gabby wants to know, can you speak on the Blackfoot of the South? I hear different things about some of the Greek/Cherokee, also called Blackfoot, even some Virginia and North Carolina tribes.
You got that, Top?
You can turn up on it. You know, I was just gonna say them was the tobacco fields. A lot of them worked in the tobacco fields, you know, barefooted. You know, that's where you get the North Carolina Tar Heels from. So yeah, they went in. You got a lot of them in Alabama, and in Mississippi area as well too.
Yeah, one of my lines is Saponi Blackfoot from North Carolina. I need to send. I send red like a Saponi Blackfoot list. A lot of them got caught in that Tuscarora War and came down to Florida, and from Florida they went to Texas. And a lot of them fought with the Seminoles too, amalgamated with the Seminoles in Jacksonville, Florida. But that's one of my lines too, one of my Simmons lines.
Indeed. Somebody wants to know what made you want to research this.
Good question.
Big Mama, man.
Yeah. My family. You know, on the cool, I got a picture, man. It was Christmas 2012, and you know, I had came. You know, I'm moving fast in the streets and all that. And my auntie, she brought me in the we was in my grandma's house, and she showed me a picture. And you know, she ran it by me again, you know. And I took that picture, I screenshotted it, and I just always kept it. I put it on all of my books. But it's my grandma in her Indian dress. And you know, she was born on the reservation down in Texas, the oldest reservation. My family actually helped pick the location. They ran the store down there. We still had land down there. So you know, it was just my auntie, you know, put me on that journey. I ain't catch it then. But you know, that's what, you know, started me on my American journey. You know, I was learning everything else at the same time. But in the end, you know, I kind of did it to, you know, kind of make them proud. You feel me? I ain't want them just to get me as what I, you know, what I used to be. You feel me? And I figure if I can crack this right here, if I can show my interest in this, and it just took off, you know. I came out that 2020 quarter, and
Dope.
Yeah, I just ain't stopped.
Honor thy mother and thy father, so your days on this earth will be longer, right?
More.
Yeah.
So that I feel that's the ultimate honor that you can do, is to complete the story. You know what I mean? Like to correct whatever this falsehood is, because in the falsehood they're gonna have us forget everything about our ancestors. We are being erased from our hold to this land. We are being erased from true history, culture, the ways of our ancestors. All of this stuff is going away as we embrace this lie, this myth.
And a common question that people ask me, man, what good is this? Why y'all want to know all? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
One thing it correlates 75% of all the land is through aired property. Is Negro land, you know, and these are indigenous people. A lot of people don't even know their stories. You just got to tap in. You know, your ancestors want to talk to you. Just go, like, you know, Todd was saying, these people was not literate. Actually, was way smarter than us. You know what I'm saying? Way sharper than us. You know what I'm saying? Why Pawpaw dropped out in 6th grade, like my Pawpaw, he dropped out because he was a master electrician, a master plumber in 6th grade.
Right.
In schools back then, he started learning in kindergarten how to do plumbing and electrician work. You know what I'm saying? So he started getting, you know, 6th grade, he a grown man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you had to grow up fast back then. Everybody had skills. You know what I mean? Yeah. Another thing too, I wanted to close on that. So my auntie, when she was 17, so we got land in Texas and Louisiana. So her grandma, and so in the South, a lot of us got we'll call it going to the country. A lot of our family not from these big cities. We actually from these country towns.
Backwoods, right.
Right. And so like me, I'm second generation from the country. That's how I still talk. You know, you probably can't understand all my words, but we second generation in the big city. So we had great cemeteries and grave sites. So when my auntie was 17, her grandma made her and her cousin, who was the same age in Louisiana, go out into the cemetery, write down the names, and she told them stories about it. She was 17 years old. So I always played a clip about her telling that story. And she had to do a transfer the land over to the family, to the next generation. We hadn't had one in 100 years. It's called a land succession. Now, state of Louisiana made her go back 6 generations to prove her ancestry. But it was a tradition being passed down in the family. And since she had the information, we were able to get through it. So when she pulled me to the side, it was no different when her grandma pulled her to the side when she was 17 and said, hey, man, you need to take this, and I need you to know this. And so that's why I put so much passion in it, and, you know, that's where my purpose came from.
Beautiful, beautiful. I got one more last questions, 2 more, and then we'll be out of here. This is a good one. What happened to the pockets of Maroons in Alabama after the Civil War?
Well,
Buffalo Soldiers.
The people that they call in, so in Alabama, you had the Creeks, or what they end up calling the Creeks. During the Civil War, you're going to see one side, as I was speaking, through Albert Pike, they'll transfer over to the Confederate. So at that time, the Creeks, who was running the Creeks, was the McIntosh family. So you had Tilly McIntosh, you had, what was his brother? Daniel. Tilly McIntosh, and I can't think of his brother's name right now. So they going to sign for the Creek side. And you had others. Now, what they did was they end up forging names on there. So you can look it up. They forged a guy named Opethella Hoyer. He was one of the chiefs. So they end up forging the names to sign them from under the U.S. jurisdiction to the Confederate. So that's what started the Civil War. And that's how Half ended up fighting in Kansas under the 1st and 2nd Infantry of what became the United States Colored Troops in Kansas. And it's known in history as the blood of tears, the blood of tears on ice. The blood of tears on ice, that's what is known in history. And that's what you were saying they fought like Panthers, fought like Tigers, to lead. That's what you were talking about. But
that's the war.
Yeah, that's what led to the 1866 treaty. So what happened to them? Well, they end up winning the war. Those people that was coming out of the Alabama area, they end up going into Oklahoma. From Oklahoma, they went into Kansas. In Kansas, you can join the Union Army, which was the United States Colored Troops, and they end up defeating the last Confederate general.
And while you're at it, go and let them know that's who populated Greenwood.
Oh yeah. For as Oklahoma, yeah, right.
Alabama Creek, Mississippi Creek, Choctaw Indians.
Yeah, Tulsa, Oklahoma. His name is a Creek word. It's called Old Town in the Creek language. Tulsa.
Dope. All right, so some Rafisis want to know: does the Cahokia Mounds and its energy signature have any correlation to Illinois being the Fighting Illinois?
Well, I say this. I don't know about that part, but what I would say it is a energy vortex, and it do lay on what's called ley lines. So I can show you a map. Hold on. We can ping pong one more. I guess we'll do one more on the way out the door.
Okay. Yeah, you good.
So right here,
get the lights up.
We have ley lines. So we're looking at these spots that these mounds and these different energy centers that's here. So they have what's called path to soul. This is Alabama though, out of the Mississippi, and they all lined up under different star systems. So that's Moundville, and that's the Orion, whatever they under. This Topcatz, different energy centers. This me and Tulum right there in front of the one of the Prairie lighthouses. I'm trying to get to my Cahokia one on here. All right,
you hit that Cahokia, man?
Cahokia, that's it's an energy center here. It's a triangle. Now from Ohio, when they looked at the Red, he been to Serpent Mounds.
Yes.
The Serpent Mounds direct through the Ohio Mound. It's a straight line going to the Cahokias. Yeah, so somebody, you had to have a satellite or something to be able to, to do this here. But you had 3. You had the Emerald Mounds down in Natchez, Mississippi, which was mentioned earlier. Emerald Mounds is the second largest Months Mom to be the first in Cahokia. You had Macon, Georgia, Okmulgee. And you also had Poverty Point down in Louisiana, and a lot of people don't speak about Wisconsin. Wisconsin have the elephant effigies, which let us know there were elephants on this side as well too. But they mined copper there, so they mined copper there, and mined copper down in Poverty Point. Right. And the coin distribution will go from Mississippi, central Mississippi, to Cahokia. And it'll be tied to, like I said, Macon and down to Poverty Point. But Poverty Point gonna have a connection with Wisconsin, which is gonna go to the Minoans, who gonna be the first highly civilized ization in Europe, as we're gonna see them build their colonies from the Americas to Europe through this time. And then that's gonna be a Cree, Tyree. That's Cahokia do sit on the energy ley line, and it is a vortex.
Dope. Man, this was so beautiful right here. This was a demonstration, y'all. This was definitely food for the soul. For everybody in the chat, if you received some information tonight, please light that shit up. You know I'm talking about? Send me some emojis. I don't care what they are. Feathers, arrows, fires, hearts. You know, let your indigenous spirit just speak. You know what I mean? Give these brothers some love. Is there a way that the family could tap in with you and purchase any one of your books, any type of literature, anything that can help further the research that we've been sharing tonight? I'm sure that you have documented some of your research that you could share with the family.
Yeah, actually, I got this book right here. This is my first book, American Bloodlines of the Gods and Civilization.
Dope.
So the history that we were speaking about earlier, as far as Horus being the green men, and how all of these ancient civilizations are basically gonna get their science from America being the old world. You know, we'll talk about the bloodlines of the gods and all of this here. That's in this here. That's probably my bestseller. And I got what we call the Indian Bible. I'm not black, I'm Indian. The Miseducation of Black Americans. And hold on, I'm gonna go to this page right here, because every book I put my grandma in. And so that picture I was telling y'all that I seen.
Right. That you had tucked.
Yeah. That Nina told me you gotta go get on, and that's her right there on the nation. So I dedicate all my work to her. But you can find this on BigChiefsUniversity.com, BigChiefsUniversity.com, or you can find it on Amazon.
Okay. Any moderators?
Too for the babies as well. We got two books for the babies as well too.
Okay, so we got homeschoolers, they could use that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, we need that immediately.
Yeah, just show that book, man. I got it for my daughters. They love that book, man.
Yeah, Red, you know, you got P.O. Box or whatever, man. I definitely want to send y'all some of the work, send y'all some books.
Okay, yeah, I need that for my homeschooling. I need that immediately. Any moderators, can you please put the link in the chat? I'm sure we have some moderators in the building. Please put the link in the chat. Here they.
And so if y'all in H-Town, y'all come tap in the Soul Food Vegan. I also got a cookbook called The Evolution of Soul Food. You just Google it, it'll bring it to you. But if we in H-Town, 2901 Emancipation Avenue, tap in on the gram, soul_food_vegan. You know what I'm saying? Saying super healthy, wealthy. You know what I'm saying? Link up with my buddy, brother Topcatz, BCU. You know what I'm saying? And tap into your story, man. You know
Hold on, we going to your IG page, man. F that, because you talking about it. I need them to see this thing right here.
Yeah, we kicking major flavor, man.
Kicking major flavor.
Soul Food Vegan, y'all. He real modest and whatnot. You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna talk that shit right now. Soul Food Vegan. His brother Talik is doing the damn thing. I promise you. Like in the land of barbecue.
One of the best vegan restaurant twice. Nominated top vegan soul food restaurant in the country a couple times.
You feel me?
Yeah, man.
You smell me?
Y'all see that his avatar up there say Houston Chronicle. That's the #1 newspaper in Houston. Yeah, that's
right.
That's the big boy.
So
Yeah, we be on the news.
right. Anytime you in Texas, I know that catfish and them damn them prawns is calling you.
Briskets.
What's that shit that they be eating? The crawfish. I know them crawfish is calling you, but we gonna do the vegan crawfish. You know what I'm talking about?
And I'm gonna I'm gonna lay my plane on this one. Just I come from a line of healers. You know what I'm saying? My Davis line. My grandfather was a snake healer. My grandmother was, they was root workers on both sides. You know what I'm saying? But they were healers. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just tapping. A lot of this stuff is, stuff that's been passed down to me. I just do it, in a more healthier way. And a lot of the different herbs and health remedies and stuff that I whip up and stuff, they come from a lot of my ancestors and stuff. So, we are stewards of the land too, you know what I'm saying? So knowing that these animals are compromised, knowing a lot of our water is compromised, I just show people how to heal themselves. And our people, had a lot of ingenious ways of utilizing the earth to heal ourselves. I also implore everybody to check out a book called Indian Givers. And it breaks down about how America had the biggest biodiversity in any place in America, correlating down to our hygiene, to even to the soul food that we eat, you know what I'm saying? And, like he was saying, soul food is Indian food, American Indian food, you know what I'm saying? And my restaurant actually sits right next to Negro Hill, which my great-grandfather was a Topcatz leader. Howard Smith used to come and free a lot of the Indian slaves that was on Negro Hill, which is on Emancipation Park, right next to my restaurant. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying. So that's how much I'm walking with the ancestors. You know what I'm saying? Right across down the street, we got a big mural of Buffalo, one of the last Buffalo soldiers that's passed. I think Bobby Williams, if I can't say his name right. But
I took a picture.
It's right in our face. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Mounds, you know what I'm saying? Like Buffalo Bayou. If you ever in Houston, you go tap into Buffalo Bayou or Allen Parkway. There's actually a whole bunch of phalanxes and mounds. That's it's sitting on top of a man-made aquifer that the Topcatz made a population boom in Houston to begin with. Because the Eshak were, they were water, my uncle still, you know what I'm saying, still know how to do the wells and stuff like that, to this day, which we thinking everybody know, but no, everybody don't know how to do no damn makeshift well, you know what I'm saying? Or make muscadine wine and muscadine beer and all this type of stuff that a lot of these indigenous people do. So we just implore you to check out your family story. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be a monolith. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be so satisfying. Just like, good, healthy food. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you, Red, man. I love you to life. Appreciate you, Topcatz. I love y'all to life, man.
Love you to life, too. Could we answer this one last question before we get out of here? I'm sorry. I don't mean to be bombarding y'all with these questions.
It's cool. The people.
But this is a great way to bookmark this. Like I said, this is only part one. We do have 2 and 3 coming through. We're gonna expand the panel and bring more voices in.
Yeah, that works.
T Hill said, late coming in, based off of the title, can somebody tell me if the black colonizers follow suit like the Caucasians as far as whippings, making them lose their language, grape, etc.?
Well, I say this, when it came down to the black colonizer, a lot of times it's gonna be our family members. So the term colonizer is being used, but the story of the actual people in the story,
right,
is taking place is gonna be our families. Because the reason why I say this, those plantations is where we get our names from. That was our home. That's why you get a lot of stories about the slave. When he bought his freedom, he went back and bought his master's old house. No, he got left the house in his will. The daddy left him the house in his will. So a lot of times we've been given the wrong story on slavery. So as far as the beatings and the whippings and they come from the movies and the propaganda of them putting this in our head. When we actually look into what slavery was, we'll see that it was the head of the household. It's no different than filing income tax, being the head of the household and having dependents. And so through law in the areas they were in, they would list their dependents, their family members on there. So, we just got the wrong perception on what a slave actually was, you know what I'm saying, or how slavery actually went. So there's actually books like Red actually sold a source today. If you go through that book, they're gonna name names of people, and so it's not just a word or slave or slave master. It don't have a face, but these are actually people. And if we look into our story further enough, we may find ourselves in these same situations. And I think it'll better understand when we can see ourselves in the story. You know what I mean? But
Yes.
that's a part of knowing, our story.
Interesting. Yes, I look forward to diving deeper into the truth and getting ourselves out of this falsehood. I want to say honest to everybody who played a part in tonight's monumental show. Salute, you know what I'm talking about. We will be doing a follow-up very soon. And yeah, I'm just glad that we did this. So once again, make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all hit them comments.
Man. I ain't seen that one in a while. That was that was an alright little bill right there. That was a cool little bill right there. What y'all think? Damn, I ain't know it was that good. If you're not watching my lectures, then my best videos are gonna be like my interviews when people interviewing me. Because I be having so much in my head, I don't know what people want to know or what they don't know. So my favorite time of the day is Q&A, because then you bring shit out of me. Oh, bam, yeah, we on that. Oh, that, okay, we on that. So the brother put a presentation together that I had never seen. I knew nothing about he was going to bring out a presentation. But, just so happened, we was equipped. We had all the tools in the toolbox, to get the work done. So, yeah, big up BCU, man. And we got the coldest researchers in the game. What we told brother FBA last night, hey, brother, we are masters in the paperwork. You come over here with one record, 1870, and what Indian Ken said, that record from 1930. Man, we doing numbers over here. Like, y'all, man, we are the masters of the paperwork game, nigga. We gonna take you through there. Cause our number one game has been to find yourself in the story.
Coming to rock out with us tonight. I want to start with this one, man. Who is Rod Hayes?
Man, I'm y'all brother. I'm not better than nobody. So I heard seen somebody in the comments say they think I would show up on your show. The chief called and the chief came. So I'm just one of y'all trying to inform the rest of us. It's time for us to get our shit back, and the games is over with. And the Feather versus the Feds Conjure War, the Feathers won. And the Haitian versus the French, the Haitians won. And now we just waiting on the Haitians to call the Sweetwater back so that we can put an end to this shit and everybody can have Mardi Gras from coast to coast.
And appreciate that. Where you from? Where you from? And how long have you been doing this work?
I'll say I've been consistently at it since 2018. 2019, was observing our people. Nobody was making any moves after they declared the contract closed. Everything was over with, but we only had 7 days to respond. And so the contract expired July the 4th. The contract is called the constitutional contract. The Constitution is not the governing body, the governing rules of the land. The Constitution is the contract, and it was written to keep the ones that use the written word honest. Because they the lying, this cheating, this double-crossing, this backstabbing, this two-faced, brown-nosing, this motherfuckers you'd ever want to see.
Hey, hold on. I want to stop and say this here. Oh, wait, put up. Rod said, somebody in the chat said, I'm surprised to see he would be on your show. These niggas be talking like I'm some type of little nigga or something. Bro, niggas, man, y'all don't know. You know what I'm saying? You know, some people don't know, so that it is what it is. You know, people left comments saying, why is he speaking while Rod is speaking? He need to show some respect. You know, not even understanding who I am and what position I play on the board. Niggas ain't even understanding the paradigm that they in, nigga, who constructed it. You feel me? Who laid the foundation for this shit? That's why I had to tell the FBA homie last night. Nigga, you running in here trying to tell me about some shit, nigga, and you don't even know that game came from me. We paperwork. We all about the paperwork. Well, nigga, where you think you got that from? Nigga, that was my line. Nigga, everybody gonna push genealogy. Nigga, that's conquering that's conquering the game. Nigga, we don't have to be in the same group or around each other. That message that I put out, that nigga, everybody, it's a get down or lay down. Like, ain't no, when came in the game and said, there are no other options. And took all the options off the table and said, there's only one way to do this shit. Nigga, and you ain't have to hear from me. But my message went universal. I bet everybody on paperwork time, everybody on genealogy, what do you call it, lineage, bloodline, or whatever. Nigga, that shit wasn't out here, nigga, when I got on the board. Nigga, not like that, nigga. I was popping it so hard, people thought I created the genealogy. I had to let them know, nah, nigga, I didn't create this shit. But I pushed the line, nigga. I put everybody on notice, nigga, this how it's gonna go, or we maxing your shit out. And nigga, and in the end, and today, 2025, everybody running around here on genealogy time. The brother came in here talking about we standing on paperwork. And I'm like, nigga, you're looking at him. Fuck you talking about? Nigga gave you the foundation, nigga, to even be alive today, nigga, to be pushing the movement. Nigga, without our foundation, without that piece to the puzzle, nigga, I mean, y'all niggas would have, been in the past like all the rest of the people that we ain't heard from in a long time. Y'all niggas took that, and that was y'all lifeline. Bars.
So you couldn't be trusted with, like, we use word of mouth for our agreements. We don't sign contracts, we make agreements. They sign contracts. A contract is designed to have a debt and a debtor. So one person is responsible for the debt, and then one person is responsible for paying the debt on the contract, right? So since 2018, I've been doing this work, but in 2019, on July the 6th, I issued the chief's orders on behalf of all of the chiefs across the land that the imposters would be evicted and their contracts would be closed due to something called non-performance. What that means is all of the treaties, I couldn't find one where they upheld anything that they agreed to in the treaties. Also, I discovered that in researching the treaties, that they declared people chiefs and gave them names of clan members and used catch terms to mix tribes with $5 Indians so that they can have their slaves contract on our behalf without our knowledge. So most of the treaties that were signed was done between the invaders and the slaves they brought on the behalf of the people that was already here. The George Washington Challenge issue say that in 200 years, feathers versus fezzes, if they take their feathers off and they take their fezzes off, and in 200 years of harsh treatment and miseducation, none of us would never be able to figure out who we was or what part of the land or what part of the water, from what part of the Atlantic Ocean we came from. So when I expressed the fact that they look like us, but they ain't us, they came over as conquistadors with Columbus and after. And once they got over here, they set up the 32-degree Scottish Rite Freemasons under Albert Pike in order to usurp the people of the land and declare that some people called Jews was actually the rightful heirs to the land. But they ain't real Hebrews, they Jews. Jews is short for jewelry. And they used that term because they was literally making jewelry out of representations of these people that we speak of. Noble Drew Ali in 1900s, early 1900s, discovered that they was using silence and secrecy as the code of war to conquer us. So he put all of the secrets to the secret societies in the public domain. And if it's in the public domain, then it's the responsibility of the chiefs to find all of the pieces and pass them to the chief to put the next chief to put the pieces together. So, and this has been the journey since 2018 to now. Now we coming up on what's called the grand finale, the big finish. And so I'm reaching out to all the chiefs across the land, and any one of them that's willing to have a conversation with me, I'm willing to have a conversation with them. And I'm not friendly to dirty Moors, but I'm very beholding to what we call the righteous Moors. We know the difference, but they don't know that we know the difference.
Okay, that's real, you know, because when I had first, when somebody was like, hey, man, you got to check out this guy, Ryan Hayes. And then they told me, you might not like him because he's a Moor. And then I heard the video, and when you opened up, you said, fuck the Moors. And I said, hold on.
No, I'm not a Moor. I just was revealing the dirt that was done. And I had to identify the dirty Moors and separate them from the righteous Moors. The feathers versus the fezzes, I had to be able to tell the people what the difference was. That means I had to get a good Moorish education. But I'm not no more.
Right. So
I'm a motherfucking feather wearing, moccasin wearing, dancing around the fire. Motherfucker.
Yeah, turn up. Yeah. We love that over here. What you think about the American Indian paradigm and how we've been taking to Africa all these years? What you got to say about that, OG?
That's all part of the deception to keep us ignorant and enslaved. As long as we don't know what's going on, we can't defend ourselves. It's like an invisible man in the room slapping the shit out of all of us. And what we start doing, we start fighting each other because we can't see that motherfucker. Now, one of us come along that can see him. They lied to us. They put motherfuckers in place of us. They declared that we was them and they was us. And then they used catch terms for the ones who they wasn't really sure to get stuck at. So they labeled us Moors, they labeled us Cherokees, Negroes, blacks, and colored folks. That shit ain't us. Cherokee was the term for the admixture of $5 Indians with the original indigenous organic people from the land in the Trail of Tears when they were switching us out. They was exchanging us for $5 Indians, replacing us. And so I'm coming to tell y'all, we ain't sleep, we ain't dead, and we ain't gone. We ain't never left this motherfucker, and we ain't never leaving this motherfucker unless we do it as a concerted effort, as a collective group. As Tupac say, we ain't never gonna walk off this motherfucker. Right. We ain't never gonna leave this bitch unless y'all choose to. All we got to do now is use our brain.
It ain't them that's killing us. It's us that's killing us.
But it ain't us. It's the motherfuckers that look like us.
Okay.
They're turning us against each other, tricking us.
You know some more game that I heard you give too, and you were probably one of the only OGs who I ever heard bring this part to the game, where you said that the people that actually came to colonize Americas was actually black people from Europe. Can you build on that for a second?
So those people is known as free white persons in law. When we talked about white privilege, we thought we was talking about the pale-skinned Europeans that came over here, but white privilege is for the white nobility. They took the term white in law because that's the term in chess for the attacker, and they ascribed us dead as black in law. We ain't
I also
following
heard,
that shit.
I also heard you talk about the pilgrims. The pilgrims that came over. These were actually black people that came over. The pilgrims on the Mayflower.
Yeah, look, when they came over as Dutch, Portuguese, French, and Englishmen, they were melanated people. They looked it like us. But in the history books, they painted their face to be pale in the books to deceive us so that they can say they us and replace us. That was a trick. That trick no good.
Right on, right on. That's something that we teach over here as well. Bringing out that aspect of the people that actually who colonized us, starting with, from the colonies with Jamestown, with King James of the Bible, and coming in 1619 and 1611, 1619 place. But I also wanted to ask you what you think about just in recent about this Kyrie and Kanye situation. I know you got the hashtag Ye was right. Build on that. What's going on with Kanye and Kyrie right now?
They dragging out the same motherfuckers we talking about. If you go back and listen, Kanye and Farrakhan and Trump, all of them said they live in gated communities and we know where they at. All three of them said it at different times. He's talking about the ones that call themselves Moorish Zionist Jews, but they just call themselves Zionist Jews for short. These is the ones who was holding the charter. The charter was originally issued by the Crown of England on behalf of the Pope. It was a trilateral attack on the people of the land. They was attacking us spiritually, they was attacking us physically and economically. The so-called Ashkenazi or Khazarians, I don't really want to say too much, they're going to take the video down. But I got to tell the people what's going on. The people that they talking about was giving grant money years ago to set up shop all over the world. Anywhere they wanted to go, they was granted money by the black nobility. The black nobility are tutors, Tudor. And conquistadors mean Tudor's conquest, the conquest of the Tudor royal family, the black nobility of Europe. They was all blackamoors. Christopher Columbus was a so-called little hat. I say little hat. And his real name was Cristo Colon. And he was a Tawny Moor. And his navigator was Pietro del Negro. He was a blackamoor. Pietro del Negro translates as Peter the Nigger or Peter the Black. They try to tell us that we're Moors and that this is Northwest Africa as if we don't know how to read a fucking map. Because Northwest Africa is Al Maghrib, became Morocco, Tunis, and Algeria. And this is where they was exiled when they was kicked out of Europe. But they was kicked out of Africa first, and they went to Europe as Etruscans. They set up Rome, but they first usurped Greece. Greece was set up by the Egyptian priests. These was called Carthaginian priests. They became known as Etruscans. And now they call them Tuscans. And this is Italy, right? So they got kicked out of Europe, went to Al Maghrib, and while they was there, they plotted to come over here as a group, pretend to be us, and then after they get done killing off all of our leadership and putting their people in front of us as a leader that's been leading us to hell the whole time, that we was going to go along to get along and what none of us going to say nothing. Well, Kanye saying something. Kyrie saying something. The minister been told you these satanic Jews is the last obstacle. Us as a people, at some point, somewhere, the sensibility of the braves to understand from the chief what's taking place on the land is to rally up behind that's motherfucker waging the war. Kanye told y'all, Pac told him years ago, don't go to war till you get your money right. He told y'all he going to war. Then he told the people he needed to get out the way, shut the fuck up, get out the way. And he was talking to Meek Mill, Jay-Z, and Puffy. Because if they get in the way, we don't want to bring down all of the motherfuckers at the same time if our people don't support us. So we had to send us in one at a time in front of the people to see what we up against, who we face with, and how to get the people to see what's taking place on the land. We taking our shit back. That's what's going on with Kyrie. That's what's going on with what's my man that took the knee?
Kaepernick, right.
That's what's going on with that shit. We on the motherfucking war path right now. The Chiefs is, but we can't go to war until the people understand what we fighting about and who we fighting and that we know who the enemy is.
What you think it'll take, OG, to get everybody to tap in? What would be a good solution if we can bring it together? Because it never been really done before. So what you think?
The easiest thing for us to do right now is to blow social media up, showing support for Kanye and Kyrie. Because what that does, it fucks with their algorithm. They trying to economically attack Kanye. We supporting just with a hashtag, and we hitting them in the pocketbook. Ain't none of that marching shit. We ain't these motherfuckers go along to get along, march with a picket sign, we shall overcome as. That's the last generation. This generation that's finna be the elders now, we on some different shit. Motherfucker, we coming to get every fucking thing they owe us back. They gave it to us. Our people just don't know. So we out here right now doing everything we can to create compelling spectacle after compelling spectacle, radical move after radical move, until y'all realize we're doing this shit concertedly as a unit. But we can't move faster than the awareness of the people from the land. So we have to bring them up to the awareness level of this war that we fighting. It's a protracted struggle. It's not a shock and awe warfare where you drop bombs and bullets all day long. That's not that kind of war. This is a protracted struggle that went into a conjure war in order to stop the bloodshed on the land, because the matriarchs across the land told us to make some kind of agreement to stop the bloodshed on the land because it's interfering with the psychic abilities of the elder women. So they had to, we as the chiefs had to come to a solution, and they challenged us to a conjure war, feathers versus fezzes. And the whole thing is, only one of us needed to discover it. Once one of us discovered it, then it's his responsibility to go on a campaign of the information, giving out free knowledge, putting the puzzle together in the face of the people. So no matter what they think about me, I'm replaceable. But the knowledge that I'm giving you is not replaceable. This is telling you how to be free. Now it's up to us to determine, do we want to be free or do we want to leave Massa in place? Fuck Massa. I cut his goddamn throat myself if they didn't tell me we was brain banging. It's a knowledge game at this point. Each one teach one, we all gonna reach some.
OG, you said something that caught my attention too. You said it's gonna be the people of the land that's gonna have to come up, that's gonna have to rise up to this. What part do that play for the people to know that we've been lied to, and that most melanated people here in America are actually from America and didn't come here on slave ships?
Yeah, we've been here. We've been here. So look, this is why it's important that the chiefs don't move without informing the people. Every time we tried to rise up before, it was a motherfucker look like us tore us down. So before we go into the physical cleansing of the land, we need the people of the land to resync with Earth. Earth tell you where you need to be. If you sink, if you ground, Earth tell you where you need to be. So all you got to do, let them sisters go out there and walk barefoot, put their motherfucking hands and knees on the earth. Watch what they start getting this information in. They won't need us to tell them shit. They're going to know what moves to make. The signature, the energy signature that's tied to our women is tied to directly to the earth. That's why the 5% Nation call them guides and earths.
Bars. Hey, hold, I want to do this right here. You got a Cash App or something, OG?
Yeah, before I give you my Cash App, I need to make this clear because it's gonna bring a lot of new listeners. I'm not in this for no money. I don't ask for no money. But if you ask for my Cash App, I'm obligated to give from the rules of the priest, the real priest, not the motherfucker that's in the plate around. When the people feel that you gave something that's worthy, they issue an offering according to their means, and then I have to receive it with gratitude in order for them to receive their blessing. Right? So I give this knowledge away free. But if you ask for my Cash App like you did, I'm obligated by the rules of the priesthood to accept the donation because it's a flow of energy exchange, currency. Positive polarity meets negative polarity creates a circuit. And the circuit ties to unity. So the Cash App is $, capital S, lowercase I, K, capital A, lowercase P-E.
Hey, can somebody drop that down there in the chat? And appreciate that, OG. I've been tapping into a lot of your bills. I've been tagging your name, and one of my homies over here, he said, "Hey man, T, what you think about you and Rod Hayes?" I say, "Man, yeah, get him over here, man." A lot of motherfuckers, they don't really tap into me because my style. I done had a lot of people tell me to switch it up, and
man, if you can't do how you do you, you're not going to be doing it right. You're going to be selling out. That's what selling out is. When you're restricted from being who you are, right, for the benefit of some other gain, you've sold yourself, in essence. Be you. Do what you've been doing. If you call them motherfuckers out, tell me who we calling out next. That's all.
Right on. And listening to people like you, man, it make me say, "Oh, shit," because right now, man, I don't even think you have like a platform or nothing, huh? I don't think you have like a YouTube channel or nothing like that. Is it somewhere we can find you at the people get?
I got a Instagram is where I been doing most of my lives. The Instagram is THESIKAPE, the Sick 8, just like my Cash App. And Rod Hayes is my Facebook page.
All right. It's two names come up on there. Is it the Rod, the Morpheus, or just the regular Rod Hayes?
Okay, so the Morpheus was the page that I was using before they blocked it.
On the Cash App. On the Cash App.
No, it's Sick 8. The Cash App Sick 8. $ Sick 8.
All right, bet. All right. Hey, look out, family. This is what we gonna do. Y'all already know what time it is. Then we got the big homie in here, man. We want to show him some support, man, for coming over here and tapping in with us at the U. His Cash App is on the screen right there. $ Sick 8. We know the brother humble to be here. Then family, then go put something in the universe, man, and hit the like button. You feel me? Yeah, go ahead on and hit that. What are you into Cowboys? Did you have any family members that was like Cowboys or Cowboy coaches? You be tapping into that and how they attached to us.
Listen, that's our shit. We was over here horse whispering wrangling wild Mustangs while them motherfuckers was trying to teach Europeans how to wipe their ass. We was already, all of that Western shit, they used the Western movies to tell the story like the Lone Ranger was Bass Reeves. How did he turn out to be a pale man with a mask on?
Hey, y'all, time out. Hey, man, hey, turn up, man. We've been doing this 2020. We have finally officially hit 20,000. I know y'all gonna say, oh, you a little nigga, a little channel ass nigga. That's true. But 20,000, I ain't bought now subscriber. I ain't never put bots in the chat. You know, we put the work out, put the message out, and the numbers gonna do what they do. The people find us when they find us. But, you know, 20,000 to me, you know, we should have 120,000, 220,000 to keep it gangster, you know. But, you know, it's a little milestone. And shout out to y'all for y'all support, man. Tapping that subscribe button, tapping that like button, sharing the video out, man. BCU, man, we done officially hit 20,000 on this live right now, man. And shit, we going all the way up. Yeah, Dean. Shout out to Dean. Dean out of Canada, man. We got Canada in the building, man. He say 20,000 out the mud with it, man. I took the harder way.
Buffalo Bill wasn't no pale-skinned European, but they paint him that way, and they got an actor that they used to play the part of Buffalo Bill because he wasn't the one that they be showing us all the time, right? They telling us all of these stories, but they covering up and using them to whitewash history, bleach it out, because we left an indelible stain that they trying to remove. They can't remove it because the culture of the earth can't survive without the people that we are being here. So they want to control us. The rule of the universe, the law of use is what it's called, is if you don't use your willpower, then it's left unused. Anybody who know how to use it can constructively use it to accomplish his agenda. So by the system getting you to follow the system, they getting you to surrender your power of personal self to the government.
Morton,
and then in the government, in the law work, that the government can compel you to give up your will to the government.
All right. I wanted to ask you this here too. Out of America and how America being ancient in the old world, is there any like particular area in America that's like that we should know about? You know, that's like ancient, you know.
It's certain facts that we need to know.
Appreciate you, Miss Brandy. You is a cutie pie. Let me tell you, because you might not have your AirPods in. And your husband, I don't want no trouble, but goddamn, I'm just, you know, letting everybody see the comments come through, and you goddamn, woo.
Because
in Jesus' name we pray.
Say there was no royalty over here, but we have castles that been here all over the land. We left the castles on the land to fight the Gullah War.
Yeah, we finna run that 30.
When our ancestors and elders tell the story about the Florida Wars, they call them the Gullah Wars, the Gullah Geechee Wars, and the Getty Geechee Wars. When the invader tells the story, he says it's a Seminole War. He's calling you a Semite. He's saying you are a mixed group. That's true. They called us that because tribes came from as far away as the Polynesian Islands in the Southwest and as far away as the Inuits in Alaska to come into Florida to fight these motherfuckers. When they said that the slaves was running away from the plantation, That's bullshit.
It's a
When you
marathon,
understand from
boy.
the Gullah War angle, we was coming across the land, going to fight the war, in a sweeping manner, and we was all coming because all hand on deck was called by the chiefs on the Wind Talker channel.
Dimples, I'm gonna sit your ass up there since you like to be butt naked all the time. Yeah, you want to show your ass off at the gods and the ancestors. You was out there flirting with the ancestors. Yeah, you had to trick up your sleeve. Dimples trying to win a god. Yeah, she went out there trying to win a god, a Mayan goddess. Yeah, she went trying to win the Mayan god. Yeah, Shock Move. We was at Chichen Itza. You know, Shock Move sit right on top of the Temple of the Warriors. He was just watching that ass from all the way at the top of the, yeah. That's why he's sitting up there. They told her that's for the eclipse. Nah, eclipse my ass. That nigga was sitting up high watching all that ass as it passed. Yeah, you something else for that one, Dimples. I ain't think about that. You trying to win the god.
The Wind Talker channel is the
She's trying to break Pharaoh
that all of the chiefs inherently develop by being amongst their people. It's a heart connection for the love of the people that tells them where to move. And then we have the call of the matrix.
Hold up, Unc. He say from Chicago to Texas, like South Walker. Shout out to South Walker, man. I was locked up with South Walker. I know y'all heard this song many times. Yeah, I mean that story many times. Y'all was locked up with Walk. That's my nigga. Yeah, and he fuck with the kid because he on that real piece shit. And he seen how running them hoes in the prison. Yeah, I'm eating free world, nigga. I'm living, yeah. And he respected my game and yeah, vice versa. Shout out to South Walker. Shout out to little Eddie out on our way side. Shout out to little Huntsville, man. Them was the dot moves that I was fucking with the Dallas niggas out the Crip car. We had that bitch on lock. But yeah, South, that's my nigga right there, man. H-Town Finder. That young nigga a genius.
Which is Mother Earth send a signal out, and the women of the earth respond to the signal, and they know where to send us at. Because Big
come back with the hard eye. Keep it up.
Which is
Keep it up, Brandy.
To instruct us how to move.
I just want to
So
be
when they
down
came in,
with
they tried to usurp our connection with nature.
And her name Brandy, sitting up in my room, thinking about you. I must confess, I'm obsessed.
So we can't communicate without being face to face or over a telephone.
I promise this is my last time, but she put Seattle on there. My daddy military. So my daddy was stationed in Seattle. And I always asked him, like I asked Rob, if it's any place you want to go, where would you want to go? Well, I asked my dad that, if it's any place in the world you want to go, he said Seattle. Seattle, the most beautiful place I ever seen. So yeah. I'm just been looking for a reason to get to Seattle. I'm looking for a reason. Sleepless in Seattle.
We always knew how to communicate as a people. Study the Mississippian culture. This is our ancient history. Mississippi Basin used to be the Congo.
Appreciate you, Isaiah.
That's our Congo Basin, the Mississippi. In South America, the Amazon River holds the Congo Basin of South America.
Oh wait,
There's
20K turn up.
Or a geography, a
Blue
geographical
red champagne
location
with
where
red bottoms.
The chief that's responsible for uniting the tribes comes from.
Rich ass nigga, Martin. This rich ass nigga here. Martin came to Mexico and acted a goddamn fool. And then that nigga went back to work the next week. This nigga a goddamn doctor, orthopedic surgeon or some shit. Yeah, this rich ass nigga. Y'all don't let Martin fool y'all. That nigga is a goddamn open heart surgeon. Yeah, turn up. I bullshit you.
That's why they named King Kong, because he's the king of the Congo. So when you rise to most respected across your family,
hey, see, though,
they
appreciate
present
that
you
love.
to the other tribes, and you don't even know you
appreciate
being
that love.
But the other tribes give you the same love and respect as your family. That's how you move up in rank in our community. We don't do no motherfucking artificial selection process that they call voting that never really mattered because they was going to put who they wanted there anyway in the first goddamn place.
Y'all lighting this bitch up. I'm a cry.
In a real way. I wanted to ask you this here. Speaking about that Mississippian culture in the mound building down there, what's the connection and the importance to the mounds?
The Mississippians is excuse me. Get a drink right quick.
Peace, everybody. Y'all jump on that like button. Make sure y'all share the video while I let everybody know we got the.
Brother Thomas said, Topcatz, you tripping. How do you keep talking over someone trying to teach something? Well, brother, I'm not talking over. I'm pressing pause. That's for one. Secondly, this is my content. Thirdly, this shit is free to you. It's free to you. So I don't even have to put this out, brother. I don't have to even be wasting my time sitting here. I've been here 4 hours. You acting like Zelensky from Ukraine. You acting very, very ungrateful, brother. I press pause. I tell the crowd, I apologize. I have something to say. This is a live show, meaning I have to interact with my chat. Okay, brother? This is free. As I look, I see you don't even have a green badge. If you notice, people in here with green badges showing they support. It ain't number $3. I ain't no nigga trying to break the bank. It's $3. And then that $3 allows you access to other shit that I don't even put on YouTube. Then I have a website, which a gentleman out of Alabama today spent $1,000 in that motherfucker. Shocked me. 2 people bought platinum packs this morning. In those platinum packs, there's no interruptions because that's what my real work is. This is for entertainment purposes only, brother. So it's very disrespectful for you to come in here and want to modify the lecture when you see all of these numbers and all of these people sending hundreds and fifties and all this type of money in here. You ain't sent a red Indian penny. None of those people that paid that money asked me to shut the fuck up and just press play. So who has the largest voice in the room? The supporters. You don't come in here trying to modify my motherfucking lecture. Nigga, I'm the teacher. This is a live program. If you want to sit in silence and learn, get a platinum pack. That's for that shit. That's what that shit for. That's where the school at. That's where if you're a real supporter, because you just left a comment 10 minutes ago that said, Topcatz, I support you. I'm with you, brother. I can't tell. I damn sure can't tell. And them niggas still lighting up the goddamn scoreboard. Isaiah turned back around, jumped in there. Turtle Island, double back. Yeah, nigga want to modify this shit, man. Beggars cannot be choosy, man. When you become a supporter, then you can come out and modify the goddamn lecture. Or if that's what you like, peace and quiet, sit there, learn, just no interaction with the crowd, well, you need a platinum pack. And ain't nobody gonna say nothing. It's just me and the goddamn PowerPoint lectures. It's me in you in the PowerPoint. So it's a different. A lot of them in here laughing at you because they're already BCU Platinum members. And they have access to information that the public don't. This is free. This is for y'all to enjoy yourself. I've been sitting here 4 hours to make sure y'all get some good energy on this Friday. But you acting like Zelensky. You think you Ukraine. You gonna come in my motherfucking house and tell me what you don't like. And you ain't put a red penny in the motherfucking, we ain't seeing your name in there. Come on, brother. We gotta do better. I'm like Trump. Nigga, you ungrateful.
The OG Rod Hayes in the building, man. Building on this indigenous American history.
Okay, so the Mississippians.
Brother, you say I'm confused and your name is Tutmosis? I'm confused and you think you from Egypt? I'm confused and you sitting here with an Egyptian name. I'm confused, but you have an Egyptian name, brother. Some shit you made up. Some shit a white man made up. But I'm confused. Come on, man. Get off my block. Exit. Just go and hit the door, fam. Go back to Nibiru. Fake ass Anunnaki ass nigga. You eat the bean ass nigga. Take your ass to the planet Nibiru, nigga. Yeah, nigga, go to Nibiru, nigga. Where the Anunnaki stay in the Nephilims. Get your ass up out of here. Nigga coming here to bomb off the information. Tutmosis. Man, sit your ass down. You got that shit from Shaka Amos. You a Shaka Amos student. Yeah, that nigga's a Shaka Amos student. Nigga, go comb your ponytail, nigga, your 22-inch motherfucking ponytail, nigga, and put the blushing eyelashes on, nigga, like Shaka Amos. You get your Egyptian ass up out of here, nigga. Nigga, this is Indian business.
Is one of the oldest tribes on the land. And the Amaru is the oldest tribe in South America. And together, they form alliances with multiple different tribes to form the Dongdamounja, which was the mound builders. We used to make pilgrimage like Mecca to the great temple of Quetzalcoatl. And we did it every 50 years for the Jubilee. Now, we don't go down there. This is why they keep trying to build a wall at the Mexican border. When California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Nevada and Texas was annexed from Mexico by the same motherfuckers we talking about now. When they came over here. So when they went to war, they pushed Mexico all the way back. Buffer zone. When you're in a war, you sign a treaty. So you look at the Mexican-American treaty, when they annexed that land, they wasn't supposed to colonize it. They wasn't supposed to displace the people. The Mexican military wasn't supposed to cross those lines of demarcation that was to keep their military from advancing in on the colonists. But once they annexed it as a protectorate and a no-fly zone for Mexican military, they just said, fuck it, they can't bring no military, we might as well colonize that
we
shit.
looking good on the lights.
So the mound building culture is all over the Americas. And when Big Mama born on a different part, so Big Mama is going to become the grand matriarch on the land, right? Because when the most matriarchs loved and respect her, that's how she get her rank. It don't have nothing to do with the men. It's only and the matriarchy is the grand matriarch is raised by her influence and impact on the lives in a positive manner of the most women. Whoever gave the greatest impact worldwide at this point, because we got back to a global community now. So her influence, in order to be the grand matriarch in the Americas, she has to go around the world and get the approval, the love, and the respect of other matriarchs from around the world in order for us to raise the matriarchies, then this is how you find her. And most of us chiefs don't remember how to find the grand matriarch to raise the matriarchy back at the close of every age. So only certain ones is tasked with putting certain stuff together. My task is I'm the dude in the barn that cleaned up the horse shit after everybody get done packing them full of food and leaving them stuck in their stalls. I'm the shit cleaner. I'm the cleanup man. Last resort, the nigga don't nobody want to call because they can't control this nigga. He's incorrigible. He can always take the side of the motherfuckers at the bottom, no matter who on the top. You know, that kind of shit. They don't like for me to be in this position. So I'm a last resort situation for them to call me.
All right, let me ask you this right here. So we know about this, the Mayans coming over to the Americas and populating a lot of these southeastern cultures coming up through the Carolinas. We know that Miami and a lot of these towns down there are named after Mayan towns, and that they 80% of the Hittite language comes out of the Muskogee language, come out the Mayan language. Can you talk to us about that connection right there? And are we the Mayans?
Look, that's all our shit. All this our shit. This our culture. When you look at it, you identify with it, but you say, I don't know why I identify with that shit. I don't speak Spanish.
Right.
They got nothing to do with Spanish. Them was the invaders, the Spaniards. Right? And the Spaniards was Tawny Moors. They was mulatto Moors. And the conquistadors was the blackamoors. They was the real power behind the advancing hordes that was coming over here. Right? They don't tell you they got motherfucking nappy head Mexicans with motherfucking chocolate skin. But they there. You pull up Afro-Mexican, you'll see them.
Right.
They ain't hard to find. But they want you to think that all of the Mexicans are the ones who mixed with the Chinese during the building of the railroads in the Southwest. We forgot about that. That's how come we got, all of us got Lee in our family. Bobby Lee, Jerry Lee, Arthur Lee, Henry Lee.
Talk that shit.
Right? That's because we made an agreement with the Chinese and them the motherfuckers that you calling Mexicans now. Because they half Chinese, half nigga. Them locals, them vatos, them Via Locos.
Chinos.
You did? All you got to do is watch their swagger. You ought to know your people when you see them dance. Because don't nobody got that rhythm like we do.
Right.
Nobody.
I'm down here in Texas. I'm from Texas, so you know, the culture down here, I always tell people the culture down here, like we have a lot of Mexicans and they try to make it seem like it's Mexican culture, but most niggas in Texas don't know how to speak Spanish. We don't know nothing about Mexican culture because nigga culture overwhelms all of it. All of the Mexican culture was our culture. That's why we all eat tacos at home. You know, the dishes that's on the Mexican menu, we cook that shit at home. That's really our shit. And when you go to Mexico, these type of things not on the menu. I want to go into that conversation too because we know about the Colombia connection when they come around. Because I'm trying to Catholic part, and so I know you're familiar with the Jacobites. So when Duke of York. When James Duke of York got the crown, he also was a melanated. They gonna end that running of the melanated kings in that era right there. But these niggas just gonna come over here. They stayed loyal to the Catholic crown. The people, a lot of them that defended them, they brought them out of Ireland.
They're right,
They brought
James.
them into Jamaica.
And then who the Pope worked for. The Pope worked for the black nobility. He was installed by Emperor Constantine, who was one of the black nobility. And the Nicene Council was full of the motherfucking priests that they had captured. So the Pope been all of the papal bulls, the black nobility is telling him what to decree in the name of God and all that bullshit. Right? So the Catholic Church sanctions comes from the Tudors and several of the families. I know the Tudors is one, but
Stuart, Plantagenet,
they stay hidden. They don't want to be seen, so they use the Queen Elizabeth and Princess Charles and all of them motherfuckers. They use them to keep the cover up, the appearance up, while they hide in the background. That's what made the pale faces was doing blackface to tell us that it was some black people behind the white faces. And it wasn't until Frantz Fanon wrote Black Skin, White Mask that I understand what they were saying.
Hey, let me ask you this, OG. Are you familiar with soul food actually being Indian cuisine, American Indian? If you look it up, if on Wikipedia, they'll call it Native American cuisine. But are you familiar with that and the attachment with?
In the family of those who practice Norse and Odinist ways planet. And because Earth is a feminine planet, the mitochondrial link to the women, Earth can directly communicate to them. And Earth gets direct messages from the Father, which is the Sun, which is the UV rays, UVBs, UVAs. Shout out to Brother Kalai. Everybody, if y'all could give a shout out to the Brother Kalai Amun, who'll be dropping that science on the. Hey, you just get him on here.
Okay.
Steve, you need to get him on here to talk about the prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells to get the people up to speed on how these UVBs and UVAs are starting to affect the changes in the cell at the cellular level. And he also monitors the Schumann resonance, which is the frequency of the Earth. So this is giving you an understanding of the changes that we're going through universally, so you can understand what's going on personally. So you definitely need to give him on here and give him a question.
For sure. Yeah, I'm down with that. We'll put it together.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, but back to the show. I'm passing back to you so you can ask another question.
All right, now I wanted to ask you. Speaking about Hawaii and people coming from the Pacific side, who are we closer to for the indigenous Americans? Ancient, who do we have an ancient connection with?
We got ancient connections because we intermarried all over the world with the original tribes. They sit like the highest ranked king over here. All of the other tribal leaders around the world would send him wives as recognition and honor. And that's how he built his dynasty, right? And he developed his culture within that framework. So you rising up from the dirt, but the stars tell when you're going to be born, and all of the chiefs instinctually know if you're here. So we got a strong Polynesian connection that may be stronger than our African connection. And that'll surprise a lot of people.
Right.
We got a lot of more closely related to the Polynesians as Aboriginals than we are to the Africans. But when you get over on the east side of the continent, South America and North America, you find we've been doing trade with Africa for thousands of years. And we was also intermarrying between tribes, right? All of that stuff you see, the Miss America pageant, that was us. They took our shit and monetized it, commercialized it, and turned it into a business. We used to teach our girls gymnastics, not as a sport, but as a way to harness that fiery Shakti of the woman, the female that's more high strung. And we use the same thing with the swimming. The water tribes use the swimming. The skywalkers, they use the certain parts of the gymnastics and the trapezes and tightrope walking and shit. That's all ancient culture that they appropriating for wealth. They told us that wrestling go back to Greece. That's bullshit. We've been wrestling and boxing. You can see it in the hieroglyphics. And the hieroglyphics ain't even old. The shit over here is the old shit. What's the original shit? The Temple of Quetzalcoatl, right? The Pyramid of Teotihuacan. That's the original places of Earth people's congregation. And that was the ceremony for the Great Thunderbird. And the Great Thunderbird returns.
Speaking of that Great Thunderbird, you know, they down there, the Mississippians, they honored the Falcon, the Peregrine Falcon down there. You get the Atlanta Falcons now. And they had in their myth about this big Thunderbird that used to fly over them and scare the kids. They found it at Etowah down there in the mountains in Cartersville in Georgia, where they say the mines was down there. They found these motifs all up and down the mountains in the Mississippi as well, going through the Ohio River Valley and that mound system up there as well. You know what, OG? We've been visiting the mounds. We actually got a mound trip coming up. We finna go to Alabama, the Chocoloco mounds out there. One of the spiritual mounds, one of the most spiritual mounds out there. We also going to Sheeha, the highest point in Alabama. It's where the creeks was at. You know, they was the Red Sticks at this time before they lost their battle in 1815. They moved over into Florida and joined that revolution over there. But yeah, we going out there to go tap in with them.
Hey, the ancestors gonna have you go everywhere on the land that your bloodline say you supposed to touch before you recognize who you are yourself.
And man, I'm gonna tell you something. This was some of the realest game that he gave me, because on that last Atlanta trip, me and Trees, we were talking and we like, man, we are not picking these trips. Like when things, we'll say, I be going here, like we were supposed to go to Chocoloco. We didn't end up going there. It's like the ancestors picking these trips everywhere we went. And like he said, it's gonna take you to all these places your bloodline was at. And for you to you know, until you recognize who you are. And I'm gonna tell you, my life-changing experience, was when I went to Igbalum, the Jaguar Pyramid, and I climbed my first pyramid and I got to the top. And I already told y'all, I cried like a baby. It went that, man, but I just looked around and man, it just hit me. I wasn't thinking of nothing, but man, I cried like a baby, man. And on that flight home, it was like, and then, you know, I end up holding the Jaguar. So I'm holding the Jaguar. I got the pictures, you know what I'm saying? I got the Jaguar. And I only went there to see them at the Jaguar Zoo. But I ended up getting the whole one. And it was a girl, you know, and then the next day I climbed Igbalum Pyramid. And to me, that was, you know, them acknowledge, you know, me acknowledging, you know what I'm saying? It was like my initiation to the Jaguar Guards. Not only that, but remembering who you were, you know, you're a Jaguar Guard, you know? And so that hit me right there. I never forgot when he told me that. But when I got to Igbalum and I held that Jaguar that day before, and I was like, man, that's it. That's the stamp. You know.
You might think you know until you hit these key ley line points. And then it's going to be like somebody hit you with them paddles in the emergency room and you're going to get a joke.
Hey.
And you're going to be, holy shit, I thought I knew who I was, but I didn't know that's who I was.
Man, I ain't know.
Damn, you know what? It's crazy because I had just told somebody, man, I feel like all these places that we going to, nigga, been there already. We've been to the Serpent Mounds in Ohio. We've been to Okmulgee Mounds down there in Macon, Georgia. We've been to Arizona. We went down there to Arizona to go tap in the Grand Canyon Montezuma Castle. Yeah, we've been on the road, and then we finna hit up Alabama. Yeah, so that's crazy you say that because I was just thinking that, you know what I'm saying? I had just told somebody that, man, feel like nigga been here before.
Yeah, you did this before, Chief. This ain't your first rodeo. It's just that now this is the one that we all get to celebrate.
Chick.
And it's crazy, you know. Is it because you know what time? I know they say the calendars are wrong and off. What time are we in now that people are actually waking up because they had this hold on us for so long? These other generations. What's so unique about this time?
So first, you got to look at the infinity loop. We in the center. Our consciousness, we gonna snap to the fifth 5D consciousness, which is gonna break us out of the 3D lockdown. So it's a time frame that it all got to take place, but it's a galactic time frame. It's not an Earth time frame. So the time frame is difficult to know when it's going to be over. But the women, if they oracles, will start to hear dates play in their mind. And when they look at the alignment of the stars, you'll know what type of event.
Yeah, it's what was different.
You go to
Shout
the
to
tarot reader
Wire,
and
man,
she reads the
Mississippi.
energy with the cards. And then when she translate that, it could give you the exact day of a major event down to the description.
The brother that asks how you get a badge, will ask you, you got to get a membership. It's gonna ask you, do you want a channel membership? And you just sign up like that. You got a $3 badge and then you got a $10 badge.
Hold on, OG, because it was a tarot reader had said they wanted you to come on here and they felt like that you had something for them. So can you run that back? Because that might have been something for them right there.
Yeah, it definitely was. I was talking about the messages, the spirit messages. And when the spirit message comes in, the women can hear a date. And they'll be looking at that date. And when they go cross-reference it with the star map to see what's taking place on that date as far as planetary alignments, that's the astrologer. So then when you get the date and the energy of the event, you go to the tarot reader. And then the tarot reader will read the cards, and it's almost like she can take the energy in, and the cards is like alphabet, and they'll tell the story accurate down to the day and a description of the event.
That's powerful. I got one more question for you, then we'll go to the question from the chat.
Okay.
All right, I talked to this guy named Horace Butler. He wrote a book called When Rocks Cried.
Shout out to Jamal Henderson.
That stuck with me. He said that over here in Americas, we created the Olympics. What's your thoughts on that in that connection? Because I heard you bring up the wrestling and how we created the wrestling and boxing, and they took that from us. So that's what brought that question right there to mind. The connection between the Americas and the Olympics. I mean, we are the coldest in the sports and everything, so it would be hard to place it somewhere else.
Look, all of these sports, the reason why there's so many indigenous iconography is because these are sports that we already played. The rules might have been different, but we already played these sports. As far as the Olympics itself, we gave it to Egypt, they gave it to Greece, and Greece named it the Olympics. It wasn't always the Olympics. But what there was a purpose was to, for every nation on the planet to develop their youth into different skill sets. Some would be fighters, some would be boaters, speed rowers, some would be ice skaters. So you would always get all of the the youth, the opportunity to present their skill set before the largest audience in the world. That's the original purpose was. If you go to Mexico, where they used to have what they call death tournaments, look at the size of the arena, and those are older than the Colosseums of Greece.
Bars. You know what? I actually been there. I went down there to in the Yucatan, and I went there. And you know what he told me though, OG? He told me the same thing you just said. He said down there in Mexico, they still got the fields down there.
Yeah, they too big to hide. So they hide them in plain sight. They just tell you a lie about what it was.
Yeah, I went to
They say they built it. See, we put this here for this purpose. Motherfucker, you ain't put that here. You wasn't even here yet.
Right. What about the Mardi Gras? The Mardi Gras.
Those are ancestral celebrations and harvest synchronizations. So Halloween is a pumpkin harvest festival in recognition of the earth going into the winter season, which is the season the earth is dead. Just as the seasons of a man's life, right? So when Thanksgiving came, that was the great harvest. And Big Mama always cooked the chief a turkey. So on Black Friday, they slaughtered us because we were smoking trees, drinking alcohol with foreigners, and eating a bunch of tryptophan. So we was out cold. They was eating on motherfucking cows and shit. You know, they didn't eat what we ate and drink what we drunk. We celebrate when we party hardy. But we wasn't paying that no attention. So when we went to sleep, they slaughtered us by night. That's why it's Black Friday.
That's deep. That's deep. I want to take 2 questions from the audience, if that's cool with you.
Let's go.
All right, I got one right here. Hey, what dog is it, man? This is my Goose Creek homie, man, coming out of South Carolina. You familiar with Goose Creek down there?
No.
Right outside of Charleston. You had the Goose Creek men come here from Barbados and Jamaica. They got their charter in 1621, and they went into Barbados. They started sending the Scots and the Irish over. They lost the Civil War. They started sending them there. They hooked up with the Jews in out of Brazil. When they put it down in Jamaica, they came in South Carolina, built their colony down there. That's what set up that. Started getting credit to them Indians out there. Them niggas, them Jews brought their credit to them Indians out there. Started the Yamasee War in 1715. But he said, ask Roy Hayes, were we the Moors? Did we call ourselves Moors?
Hell no.
Dog, bro. You brought it on yourself. Is it cool if I let him up?
Yeah, let him on here.
All right. Hey,
Dogs, bro, why you stay wanting to get into it with my guests, man? You want to, goddamn. Boy, after Judge Joe Brown got on your ass about that civil latuus, boy, Darvin, you can't talk to no more of the guests. You always fucking with the guests. Your ass a bully. Yeah, nigga, you a Moorish bully. Nigga, he's back to his back to his slave masterish ways. Goddamn Goose Creek nigga fucking with everybody gets. Don't go on there and try to check. What is civil latuus? And he said it in his Gullah Geechee voice. Boy, Judge Joe Brown must have went to work on that nigga ass. Judge Joe Brown went to work on that nigga ass, man. Hold on. Before I do that, let me do this here. Let me get over here real quick, y'all. 2 seconds. This the nigga that got on Darby's ass right here. Darby's can't say nothing to no more panelists because of this guy right here. Yeah, that's how he did after he knocked Darby's out. Hey. That's after he put Darby to sleep. Came in there talking about a goddamn civilized tooth. Man, that nigga put Darby's ass just on his back pockets. Yeah, put him on his back pockets. I got Judge Joe Brown fucked up. All right, here go my little joint that I was talking about.
Presentation in here, where you may see
this right here, man, where I felt like that was my little initiation.
I see everybody coming up there.
He out of breath. Boy, that was gonna work.
To the top.
Then I started trying to run.
I gotta go to the top. Say, man. I mean, as far as I can see, Jaguar going. Return.
It started raining. Just a little drizzle.
I'm all the way at the top. Where's some other go? Let's see if we can get up there, B. See if we can get over here.
Right here. This is my kinfolk you stayed. That where your kinfolk you stayed, fam?
Right here.
We doing the tour around the project.
Tapping in, man. I'll pull up to the hive, man. Bricks, number bricks. All bricks. You understand me? Y'all come here with that funny shit. We're gonna gang down. Right here, man. This I remember my kinfolk used to stay over here. They got drugs right here. These trap keys here. They're really a trap door. I can go in there and come out underground on your ass. We're finna go to the top of the pyramid on the other side to take y'all on my angel stage.
And all I could think about, I was like, man, this just the start of the year. It's just the start. And I was standing up there and I said, man, what else do I have to do? I said, man, what else I gotta do, man? A lot. I tell you, you got a lot. And this just the start. This February type of shit. Watch what I got for y'all next month. Last month, topped out on you. This month, man, I just took you way up top, man. We here with the Jaguar, man. I bought a Jaguar last night. Yeah, I bought me a Jaguar last night. I was standing up there at the top, and I just I really had that. And I said, man, what I have to do now? It's crazy. And I'm really, I ain't gonna lie, I had to put my shades on because I almost started crying. Man, I probably did drop a tear too. Nigga, you know you was crying. Niggas be fronting. Nigga, time I put my shades on, I almost dropped a tear. Nigga, your ass did drop a tear. I probably did. Nigga, your ass, I'ma tell him. Your big ass is up there crying, nigga. I don't know why this image right here. And I figured it out. That was Laplacian with the 11,000 years Quiche Mayans created Quiche Mayans created Freemasonry. That's where I remember that symbol from.
I've been hearing stuff here and there. Well,
oh yeah, the music industry they starting to tap in. Matter of fact, Duke Deuce was
Don't
on
laugh
Tennessee,
at me. Come wipe these.
and he referred
That's what
to
you do. Come wipe
black
these
culture
tears.
in Memphis, and he corrected Sean and told him indigenous culture.
Yeah,
You know, we indigenous in Memphis. And, you know, you had Queen's Mound, and yeah, you had the Chickasaw down there. That was a lot of important history down there in the Tennessee area. The Cherokee,
Oh,
their
I'm
migration
gonna meet
to
you halfway.
Georgia.
God damn it. I wanna run.
You know, I did used to hear
I
ODB
wanna hold you in my arms.
used to say a lot that he
And
was
keep you
that
safe
his
from
family
harm. I
sold
wanna
Manhattan.
run to
You know,
you.
he used to tell us all the time he was Shinnecock. And he would say about his family and him and Papa Wu also. Papa Wu was his older cousin. So yeah. So yeah, this is nothing new. Apache, I need a gangster boogie. Even in Westland, they had the dude in Pow Wow.
That nigga say legendary top mind.
And I think it was the
Yeah, I'm
Furious
fighting
5.
like a motherfucker. I feel it in my
The
soul.
Furious 5. Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5. He had the big powwow thing in his head.
Yeah, you have a lot of people was representing back then. You know, Chuck Berry, you know, King Robert. You know, that movie Cadillac Records, Chuck Berry came in and was like, started say you're Indian. And yeah, but that music, you know, blues and all of that's coming out of the Mississippian. So when we seen these song coaches, you have they broke them down.
Coldest niggas I done met
Indian
doing
culture, Hopewell culture, Mississippian culture, and then we have a different time frame across the way. We have like such as Bronze Age, Iron Age, things of this nature we still refer to on the other side of the world, but they never show you them on side of each other or with the chronology lining up, because what it'll reveal is that civilization or as culture, what we know, whereas it'll be centered around agriculture, which would be the most important. But within that, you'll have to be profound record keepers and have a knowledge and understanding of the stars, so you can know when to harvest. So a lot of people calendars was off because they couldn't harvest. They didn't know when to harvest. So we had sun and moon calendars here. More time going down to Mexico City to the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon. And so I'm gonna take a tour down there. But everything was centered around agriculture, because now we don't have to follow and chase herds or follow animals. We can stay in one spot and actually build a pyramid. You know what I mean? We can feed ourselves off the land. And that was a science. So it wasn't something that just, you know, manifested here. And one of the most important agricultural crops that went around the world that we seen would be corn. And that would be a fingerprint or a key marker into who brought the civilization, because the corn originates here in the Americas, and it had to be genetically modified. It's not a organic corn seed that, you know, corn naturally grows from the earth. And so that is a clear, one of the clear indications that this science was taken around the world, and it actually helped others, such as Egypt, which we in Karnak we see Osiris body laying flat, and we see agriculture growing out of it. So it's called wheat, but when you translate it, Turkish wheat is Indian corn. All right, and so this is actually corn growing out of Osiris, because Osiris represents what is called one of the resurrection deities. Whenever you hear resurrection, it's all allegory centered around agriculture. So you have something called the green mean. Osiris is depicted as a green mean. You have Pakal down in America, in our culture. If you look at any of the 4 civilized tribes in the Southeast, meaning Chickasaw, Choctaw, as you, Seminole, you have these 4 Creek. They origin story venerating corn gods, corn deities. The same as when we go into the Mayan cultures And so it's same as we see with Osiris being the corn deity. Before I land in the Brooklyn Museum, you have something called the corn mummy. Now we have all these
King, what's up,
scholars
family? And
who like to
way.
take people on tours for years through the Brooklyn Museum, but they always, for some reason, passed up the corn mummy, because the corn mummy is the veneration of Osiris and a celebration that they celebrated in Egypt, according to Isis, which would Osiris was really a corn deity centered around agriculture, and that was one of the key pointers that the Egypt was actually a colony of ancient America.
Really? Oh, that's a lot to take in. Yeah, man, that's crazy. I did hear something about corn found over
My
there.
nigga, man.
And well, how did they get it there?
Yeah, well, trade. So again, another science that everyone wasn't accustomed to was seafaring. So seafaring was very, very important. Everyone didn't have that tool, that intelligence. Hence why we have theories such as the out of Africa theory, in which the people are walking. Africans didn't have the technology to sail. How do we know that? And I'm not just going off on Africans. Well, we know that because we don't see any African colonies around the world. But we will see Greece colonies, we'll see Roman colonies. We don't see Egyptian colonies because Egyptians wasn't seafaring people. They actually hired out their Navy bases. They hired out their army. They had a lot of their greatness was things that they bought out of trade and people bringing in. So we'll deal with like biblos, which they got their cedar from.
Hey,
they got their wood to build their coffin.
Video, run.
And these people also were the merchant class. In the Bible, Solomon, he couldn't, in order to build Solomon's temple, they had to go to the people who had the knowledge. So we know the Hebrews didn't build the pyramids because they didn't even have the knowledge to build Solomon nor David's temple. And so they had to go to the people who could. And this is a science that the Americas had already for us, seafaring. How do we know that? Because in the Bible, God told Adam to build a ship, and he told him to build it with gopher wood. The only place in the world gopher wood is found is in Florida, Georgia region. Only place, called Stinky Cedar. So the seafaring expeditions come from here. Also in Egypt, we find, let's deal with Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut said that her people come from a land of Punt. They didn't originate in Egypt. That their gods came from Punt. We also find in Hatshepsut that she sent expeditions out that took 3 years. And we find in Ramesses temple pineapple. We find corn. The mummies have cocaine in them, indicating that they are having trade from America, but Egypt is not a seafaring people. So we Amazon Prime.
Right. I heard about that.
Prime. So that was something that was real key. Also, when we go into the gods of Egypt, and I think this is the most crucial point, because when we look into their deities, their most ancient deities, we'll take the Khnum. Khnum is the big head ram. The ram originates in America. You have the Los Angeles Rams. You have the Peregrine Falcon, which would be Horus. Peregrine Falcon, the Atlanta Falcons. The Southeast tribes venerated the Peregrine Falcon. He was the highest, the fastest flying bird, and he placed his nest where others haven't been. Where they venerated him, and when they excavated the mounds, they found motifs of what they call today the Eye of Horus. In the Southeast nations, in the Southeast, in the mounds in the Southeast. And so they venerated these, and also the Peregrine Falcon was, like I say, very prominent in the Southeast down here. You'll take another one, you have the Cholo dog, which would be Tahuti, which would be one of their most ancient deities. The Cholo dog is only found in Mexico. They told us it was I can't think of what they told us who he was. Can y'all remember what he was supposed a jackal? But we know jackals brown. And then when you come to the family, the family is gonna originate back in the Americas. And so and these are their deities. These are Egypt's most prominent deities. And we see that the animal effigies that they're using are indigenous to the Americas. Another indication that this science is traveling from one place and being brought to Egypt.
Man, that was the traveling is crazy. Wait a minute. So because you brought up the Cholo dog.
Right on.
Have you ever seen that dog, AD?
The Cholo dog?
Yeah. Cholo dog. You have any?
Yeah, pull them up. Cholo, Mexico, indigenous to Mexico.
I think it's spelled with an X.
Aztec and the Mayans used him. He was a god of the underworld.
Yeah, there you go.
So
Yeah,
when
there
they
you go. Right there. Yeah, the first one. Yeah, dude look like a.
Yeah.
Is that him right there?
Yeah, that's one.
A cold. Right there, right there. The second one, AD. Yeah, move over. Then down. That one. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Cold. Yeah, that's cold. That's cold right there.
It's him right there, ain't it?
This dude see it.
And that dog, the breed is only found in Mexico. So the Aztec and the Mayans, he was a god of the underworld. So when they would pass, they would sacrifice the dog and take him to the underworld, and he was to be a guardian. Same symbolism that Tahuti was from Egypt, except the dog is indigenous only to Mexico.
Was that dog in that cartoon Coco? Remember, because Disney had
Oh, Sweet Feather just
ancestors
said-
who had passed, and there was a dog in there. Not sure if that's the same one.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. That is definitely a dope resemble of.
I mean, you can't because they're saying that it's a jackal.
Mm-hmm.
We know jackals are brown, but that dog is black, just like the Hootie, the ears, the
Right.
snout, everything.
But who said it was a jackal? Wouldn't that be the Egyptians?
Egyptologist, Kemetic priest. Yeah.
Okay.
But see, they don't know that this science is coming from here. Well, let me say this is actually universal.
Yeah, you got to
universal that we'll see synchronism. So, like you brought up Sumeria earlier, when we go into the Inky and the Nil story, the Anunnaki, they're speaking about these serpent deities coming. Well, these serpent deities are said to be creator deities. And if we look around all major civilization cultures, we find them. So in Asia, you find Nuxi and Nuwa. In Hindu, you find the Nagas. And Buddha's mother named Maya. And you find Apep in the Egyptians. Over in the Americas, we have Quetzalcoatl with the Aztec or the Mashiach. And the Mayans, we have Kukulkan, which is the serpent. But there was a time they came where all of the serpent deities were killed. So these serpent deities. So when we look at Saint Patrick, he's killing the serpent. We look at Hercules, he's killing the serpent, Apollo. I'm sorry. We go into Sumerian. We see the serpent being killed by Marduk. All of these people are said to be those that came and slayed the serpent dragon. So in the Bible, when they say that there were giants on earth, that the gods, the sons of gods came to the daughters of men, meaning that these people that derive from this bloodline are these people who created people here, the creation gods, being the serpent gods according to the Sumerian and other texts. Even in the Bible, Genesis 3, we had a serpent. So the serpent deity is representing the creation gods. well, they'll be taken down by all of these other figures, St. Patrick, St. George. You look around, it's in Irish, it's in all these different cultures. Well, it falls into what is called Marianism. And this Marianism is a conversation that they just had a debate about, that Egypt, the Christianity still off of Egypt was, when they're both wrong because they use the resurrection deity. Resurrection deity, again, like I said, is centered around agriculture, and the agriculture is going to be corn. Corn is originated in America, is genetically modified, is scientifically engineered. And so, so these serpent deities will be slaves, and it'll be feminine. It'll be a feminine deity which will take its place, and so that's where we get the black Madonnas that we find around the. It's called Marianism worship.
Marianism.
Marianism.
Pull that up, and that's the worship of Mary.
So it wouldn't officially be Mary in Christianity; she would be Mary, but it'll be fusion around the world of her. So
you, right?
Go ahead.
No, so what you saying that what I'm getting is that you said everything originated here,
correct,
and then it went abroad, across to Africa and Europe,
India,
and all the holy lands.
Right.
Mesopotamia.
Mesopotamia, exactly.
And the serpent is our story.
Well, the serpent is a universal story. When we look into it, all of these stories are universal. All of them have their story.
Right.
All of them have these deities who have come down and we created gods over basically like demigods. All of them have these same stories, these synchronisms of like you have Christ and you have Buddha, everybody born on December 25th. Have these resurrection deities throughout all of these cultures, and so these things are the current in every culture. Every culture is not having the same experience. What happened was it's one story. The people that that came from the origins of where this civilization or the science is going to come from, this is their story that they're taking around to these colonies that they're building around the world, building up these civilizations. So we know that the pyramids in America are older because the first step pyramid is Egypt. The first step pyramid would be the step pyramid, but we have the step pyramids over in Peru, which are older. Also the mummies, which are older than the mummification in Egypt as well, in the Americas.
Yeah, oh man, this is heavy. This is heavy. That's kind of heavy. Because it's a universal story, and later it'll be fused during colonization. So we'll get the fusions in with the Christianity with these different systems, because it'll come out of the mystery system. You will see it after the Bronze Age, the fall of the Bronze Age. A lot of these so-called quote-unquote secret societies will be created. And through that, that's where we'll get this line of what we know today is like Freemasonry, secret societies such as that. In order to keep the information and the knowledge and the science that everyone didn't have, especially seafaring, they cut a lot of people off from their information and kept it in-house. All this is going crazy right now, man. This is heavy. All right, so what was the religion? What did they teach in ancient America? What was the teaching system?
Okay, so basically it was a spiritual system. So we hear a lot of people talk about nature, and we we worship nature and these things. Well, we actually mapped the stars out. Not only that, but we mapped out the ley lines or energy vortex centers here, which is very important because this is something you need to see with a satellite. You feel me? To know where these key areas was at on the Earth. And Sedona, Arizona, being one of the most highest vortexes, energy vortexes here. You also had resources that was in the Earth. So we know the story that Anunnaki came here to get certain resources from the Earth that the Earth had, gold and things like this here. So we find people traveling around, planting a flag on these ley lines and energy centers, because these mounds and these pyramids are built on ley lines. In Ohio, they did the study, and they matching these ley lines, and the pyramids are in direct alignment with each other, and also star systems. And so, or as a spiritual system here, we under nature, and it was basically centered around agriculture, astrology, astronomy, and the study of the sky. That's why we were the ones to create the number 0. We were the ones to the master masons, if you want to say, as far as architecture, and as I said, agriculture. We were agricultural people. America fed the world. Most all foods that people eat around the world, you'll be amazed, is actually from America. The tomato, which Italians get a lot of props for, tomato originates in America. Every food dish or culture that's out there is borrowing from the Americas, because the resources to their main key dishes are actually from America. I give you one quick one before I get out the mic. Cassava.
I love cassava too, especially when it's fried.
African dish. But, the fufu, they use fufu. And that's an African dish. That's a popular African dish, but the cassava actually originates in America. So
is that the right? Go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off. Is that yuca also the same word? It's the same.
Right.
Yeah, yuca fries. Remember we had that?
Yeah.
Off the meat rack. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's all originating in America. Y'all had some questions though, like some information that y'all wanted to know, anything about America or
the Gullah Geechee. Yeah.
What's your question on the Gullah Geechee?
Yeah, the Gullah Geechee tribe, where they're always here, and there are a lot of people of our culture that kind of like originated from them. And where were they located at? And was this their land first?
Man, I hate to break it to you. And shout out to my Gullah Geechee out there, man. Y'all don't understand no big Indian business, man. So I gotta tell you.
It's about to turn up a little bit. Come on. All right.
Yeah, it's no such thing as the Gullah Geechee.
Oh man.
Damn.
Boom. Oh.
Yeah. We're gonna stop it right there. Yeah, cooking with hot grease. The young man cooking with hot grease. Hey, that grease hot. Go on, drop them chicken wings in there. That grease hot. Man, I love y'all. Appreciate y'all pulling up on me. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world, but y'all chose to come rock with the BCU family. You dig what I mean? Appreciate all of the super chats. Appreciate all of the love. Appreciate all the congratulations. We finally hit 20K. When they showed my channel on there, I was at 12K. And, we 8,000 more up. And we finna just go up from there, man. Next marker is 30K, man. You feel me? Love y'all. Y'all be cool. Enjoy the rest of y'all Friday. I might be back. I don't know. I'm doing some work. It's cool. We rode enough 5 hours. You feel me? So we're gonna jam on the way out the door.
There was nobody, no one that run.
Whoa.
Give me a run for my money. There was nobody, no one that run.
Yeah.
So give me a run for my money. Sipping bubbly, feeling lovely. Living lovely. She's lovely. I wanna be with you. Hey, I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. Hey, I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. Me just love me. If I didn't ride blade on curve, would you still? If I'm in my mind at work, would you still? Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to.
Get what?
Keep it a whole 100. Don't got you, I got nothing. I got something. Hold up. We gon' function, no assumptions. Feeling like Tyson with it. Got out Tyson with it. Only for the night, I'm kidding. Only for life, yeah, only for life, yeah, only for life. Let's get it. Hit that shoulder, man. I know what coming over me. Extra overseas. I know what you need. Already on 10, all money come in. All feeling go out. This feeling don't drought. This party won't end. If I didn't ride blade on her, would you still? If I'm in my mind at work, would you still? Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to. Keep it a whole 100, don't got you, I got nothing. Run for my money.
Whoa.
There's nobody, no one that run me.
Let go, let go.
So give me a run for my money.
Yeah.
Feeling lovely, feeling lovely.
Feeling lovely. VCU, what's up?
Lovely.
Whoa.
I wanna be with you. 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 Just love me. I'm on the way. We ain't got no time to waste. Hop in your come on the way. And mine the way. I don't want pressure you none. I want your blessing today. No by the way. Open up, no by the way. Show you that I'm on the way. I'm on the way. I know connection is vague. Pick up the phone for me, babe. Damn it, we jamming. I had a two for your nanny. Curving your hip for your memory. Remember, Gardena, I took the studio camera. I know Top will be mad at me. I had to do it. I want your body and music. I'm about to be one to prove it. Look what you made. Told you that I'm on the way. I'm not an exit away. Damn. If I didn't ride blade on curve, would you still? If I'm in my mind at work, would you still? Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to. Keep it a whole 100, don't got you, I got nothing. Run for my money. There's nobody, no one that run me.
Yeah.
So give me a run for my money.
Get what?
Feeling lovely, feeling lovely.
Yeah.
Living lovely.
Let go.
She's lovely. I wanna be with you. 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 Me just love me.
Turn up. Hey. Dig in it, man. 2025 is going up. Indian gang, it don't bang.
Smell of your perfume.
Hey.
I thought I was immune. Looking around this room. Can't help but see the traces of you.
What brand did?
This moment is surreal.
What brand did?
I can't put in the words out.
What Brandy? Brandy, bring your okay. There she go. Bring your ass to the dance floor.
Saving you. Is the heart of a woman. Yeah.
There go.
Saving you. Is the heart of a woman. Question is why I do the things I do. Answer I may never find, but I'll always choose you. Wanna give up on you, but I know I can't. I put the blame on me for giving you chances to chance.
Hold on, cause y'all getting it hot in here. What we doing?
Turn up.
And I'll do me like you could only not say that I'm saving you is the heart of a woman. I put your words on your lips this time. And I'll do me like you could only not say that I'm saving you.
Yeah, Brandy, bring your ass to the dance floor.
The heart of a woman. I really wanna stay. I really wanna go.
I really need to know.
Can we get it together? Get it together. Get it together. I really wanna go. I really wanna stay. I know. Can we get it together? Get it together. You don't know the pain that I feel.
Get what though?
You've taken my love for granted and you just wanna see it your way. Yeah.
Oh, what's gonna happen?
That time, I'm gonna tell you what's on my mind.
Brandy, and if I don't, what's gonna happen? And if I don't, what's gonna happen, Brandy? Because I ain't never had a problem that I couldn't solve.
I'm fed up with you not being here with me. When you love is all I need. I wanna stay. I really wanna stay. I don't want to
Bring it Friday.
Can we get it together? Can we get it? Yeah. And I don't wanna go. I really wanna go. I really wanna stay.
Don't make you jump on the plane. Don't make me pay for the ticket. What we doing?
Get it together. Get it together. Let's get it together, babe.
How come?
I can't let go, 'cause being confused just takes control. I hope we can start brand new, 'cause I don't wanna lose you. Oh no. With the love we share, baby, it's so rare. I'm willing to try and make you see that all you need is here in me.
Okay then.
I don't want to stay. I don't want you to how you feel. Let me know how you feel. I don't want to stay. Don't want to go.
Yeah, Carrie, it's freaking dick. How come?
Just how you feel, yeah. I don't wanna stay, no. I don't really wanna go, and I don't want to go. Get it together. Come on, babe, let's get it together. I don't really wanna go. I really hope please, can we get it together? Come on, boy. Get it together. Yeah. See, I'm so confused. I just don't know what to do. And I don't understand. No. You know I don't wanna stay. You know I don't wanna go. Baby, please listen to me. I don't wanna
I love y'all. We gone.